Okay, is it working now? I hope it is. Thanks for all the comments in the chat. I'll just make sure by listening to my own video on the other monitor. So far Ganguly is thinking, so I'll repeat everything I said once I see it's fixed. Okay, so okay, it's working, yeah. So yeah, so from the start I decided to stream this event spontaneously about 1 hour ago. I woke up sick today and I planned to go to a rapid tournament in Israel, quite a strong rapid event, and I wasn't feeling very well, so I decided to cancel this plan. And somehow I wasn't even aware of this tournament starting today, and I just looked at which games we have, and I saw the event is about to start, so I decided to stream it spontaneously, hence the sound issues, and hopefully I won't have any more, but you'll understand if by any chance there are more spontaneous problems that keep popping up, because I didn't have much time to prepare. So h6 is played. Now I'll repeat a few basic things about the event, other than mentioning that I'm sick and that hopefully you'll get used to my voice and everything else that comes with it. And yeah, let's see what we have. Carlsen on the first board against Ganguly with white. I talked a bit earlier without anyone hearing about the position. So let's just repeat the basic things. So regarding the tournament, while Carlsen is thinking, the time control is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move until the end of the game. It's the World Rapid Chess Championship. I'll probably stream the World Blitz Chess Championship afterwards. If I'm not wrong, there are 15 rounds in this particular tournament, the Rapid Championship, 5 rounds per day. So within the next 3 days there will be 5 rounds each day. And that's at least what I understood so far. Let's just make sure if I can verify it. So seems legit. Yeah, so in the next 3 days, I assume at the same hour, which is around 13 minutes ago. It's in Israel, it's 2 p.m., 14 p.m. But I hope you can make sense of it for your own time zone. So 15 rounds. Carlsen is the world champion. You can see some details in the description. He has to defend the title. And my plan is to follow his games mainly. And once the game is finished, I will look at some other interesting games. And if by any chance the game is not extremely interesting, then I will follow another game that I might find suitable. I asked a few of my friends who are watching this event live to send me a message in case they see a super interesting game or a very instructive position taking place. So this way I won't have to spend too much of my attention looking at other games, and I can focus on commentating on this one. So we'll mainly follow Carlsen. I hope this was clear so far. And I've played 2 tournaments in a row. Not that it's too interesting, but I'll just mention. And it's been crazy. Like in the past week and less than 2 weeks, I played like 18 chess games. And I was very busy preparing, so I decided for one reason or another not to spend any time shaving. I hope nobody is too surprised from this particular angle. And now back to the game, back to everything else. Hopefully it's all working. So this is the position. Knight takes e3 on the board. I'll quickly go back to the start, although you probably have seen me doing it without the sound earlier. So this is the starting position. As you can see, Carlsen played e3. He did it in the Olympiad as well, quite successfully, and it's not as naive looking as it looks, let's say. The move is not so harmless because it usually transposes to some main lines with c4 and d4, or something like this with b3. And well, it's a decent attempt for white. It's not the main line, but it's a decent attempt. And now c takes d5 forces black to decide whether he wants to have an isolated pawn after ed or take with the knight, which is more common. And now we get some sort of a hybrid reversed, I'll call it Taimanov Sicilian. So white is playing the black side of the Taimanov Sicilian, and it doesn't have the pawn on a3 like they usually do on a6, but he does have b3, bishop b2, which is a normal plan. And it's almost like a sort of a hedgehog reversed colors. Although black didn't get e5 as quickly as you would like to. And one of the typical plans here, especially in Blitz and Rapid, which I even faced myself from the white side, where black was playing h7, h5. So the plan is to go h4 like this, like Carlsen did on the next move, h4. It's not so easy to respond to it, and I assume there is an objective reason why people don't play it more often in classical chess. I don't know what it is, but the main point is to have some knight g5 related ideas and to attack. And now Ganguly responded with h6, which aims to prevent knight g5 and maybe stop an h5 h6 push from that white might do later. And we can expect Carlsen to start attacking now, and that's what he does. g4, he wants to go g5 and exploit the hook that just appeared on h6. It would have been much more difficult to reach the black kingside pawns without this move h6. It would take at least 2 more moves before the pawn would land on g6. Now after g5, white can force some opening of some files. Knight takes c3, d takes c3 on the board. I'll mention quickly, if it's not clear already by now, that I will not look with any engines. I think it ruins a lot of the experience, and especially a lot of the learning process. Because if I don't understand something and I ask some interesting questions, even if I don't have the right answers at this particular moment, I will still improve, at least in my opinion. And just seeing the best moves and laughing at the top players who don't find them I don't think is a very mature approach to the game and to watching this event or any other event for that matter. So especially when it comes to the top level games, but I highly encourage anyone not to watch with the software. The weaker your rating, the lower your rating, the more harmful it can be potentially to your chess and to your let's say to your brain functioning. That's my experience at least. So now g5 on the board. We can see that the position is quite interesting. I wouldn't like to be on the Ganguly side of this game. It seems much more easy to play with the white, just to open the files and attack, especially in Rapid when you don't have much time. He's already spent more than half of his time. And we can expect quite some fireworks in this game. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy for me to pretend to be healthy, but I hope the viewers will forgive me. Otherwise I won't be able to breathe. Okay, so Ganguly is thinking, who's by the way an extremely talented player from India. I wish I knew how to pronounce his first name, Surya Shekhar, I believe, but I might be wrong. And yeah, he's an extremely good tactical player. And I remember reading the book by Jacob Aagaard. I believe it was the one about positional play, but it might have been one of the other Grandmaster preparation series. And he talks about having worked with Ganguly as a trainer and giving him positions and how he found all these amazing moves all the time and how talented he is and strong. I mean, it's hard to say talented when you're already a very, very strong professional. So let's just say what a high-level player he is. He's above 2650, I believe, and is one of India's most promising players, in my opinion. They have quite a bit of them, but he's definitely up there on the list. So, bishop c4 on the board. it doesn't look pretty for Ganguly. I don't like it. G6 is an idea, and he should have developed. It's of course easier said than done, but in this particular position from the game, you should spend your time developing, and having wasted 2 moves on h6 and then h5 later on allowed white to expand with tempi, so to speak. Both of these move h6 and h5 are not too useful. g6 is a huge threat, and well, we can expect the king to move or g6 from black, but in both cases there are some drawbacks. So if king h8, this pawn on f7 will be a little bit loose, and this pawn on h5 might be attacked with check. So it's hard to play such a move. And this move g6 is also not ideal, because now this long diagonal over here will be extremely weak. I don't know how to make arrows, but yeah, I can try. I haven't used this. I think it's not so possible without the analysis function. So for now I'll just demonstrate like this. This is the long diagonal, and it will be very weak after black plays g6. And I'll try not to make moves, so I won't confuse anyone from the position in the game and the one I'm analyzing. So yeah, now we have a few moves in a row. So let's have a look. Bishop e6, Carlsen took. So this is a very creative response by black, but it's kind of an admission of something going wrong, because now the pawns are very weak. The e4 square is there for white. Knight d2. Castle long will probably follow soon enough. Now queen e8. A very logical move, just trying to get away from the d file. And well, queen g6 might have been a threat also. So white wants to castle long, and then he'll be much better, but it's not easy because the f2 pawn is hanging currently. I think a logical idea would be to play rook h2 to just defend the pawn and prepare castling. So let's see what Carlsen does. Let's have a quick look at the chat if anyone has any questions. By the way, I'm going to stream the rest of the Rapid and Blitz Championship, and hopefully I'll have less technical issues within the next 5 days. So, and I'm not intending to advertise this anywhere. I'm just gonna stream for my own sake of fun and improvement in chess. And if anyone feels like this is worth watching, then feel free to share it somewhere. I don't really know where, some social media or whatever. I heard Reddit is quite popular on chess, but I would love more people to hear about this championship in general and my stream in particular. So, still thinking. Some people are suggesting some moves, but Carlsen is thinking. The position is quite unbalanced, I have to admit, but it looks really, really good for white. By the way, after the game, I think it might be a good idea to look through. I have 2 options. I haven't really planned this in a detailed manner. The 2 options are either to follow the other games that were played in between the rounds, just watching the rest of them, or to look at the game we have just seen with the engine and trying to see where I was wrong and what I can learn from it. So feel free to suggest in the chat. I will try to choose the one that most people prefer. Usually when I'm sick, chess is my medicine. I hope some people can relate to it. So, Carlsen is still thinking for quite a while. Hmm. Someone is asking, why is the h2 square better than f1? First of all, I don't know if one is better than the other, but my intuition points out that h2 is a more active square, because here the rook is blockaded by its own pawn and he has no squares to attack, and from h2 it has a little bit more range going on, so he's protecting h4 and he has more options, so it feels like a more active move, but maybe I'm wrong. Carlsen is delving into deep thought, which means that the position is not as simple as I originally thought, because knight e4 would protect the f2 pawn, but then castle long will be difficult to execute after rook d8, taking away the d1 square, and it's not going to be easy to block it. So I'm assuming Carlsen is considering either f3 or rook h2, but why think for so long? It's a rapid game, you don't have this much time, and this is not such a critical position in my opinion to justify such a long think. It would be more sensible to use this time later and just play one of these two moves. It's funny that when I cough I put my hand so I won't infect anyone. That's my instinct. I hope the viewers appreciate it. They are on move 20, someone is saying. So for some reason I don't see the live game. So I don't know why it doesn't update for me. But my internet seems to work, so I can't really say what's wrong. Well, someone is asking, Ruben Silvera, what do you think about c4, queen c3, and f4? Well, sorry, I didn't mean to make the move. Okay, so Carlsen is thinking on my end, but it might be a lag. So the idea of c4 followed by queen c3 followed by f4 is a very aggressive one, trying to put pressure on this pawn and threaten mate on g7. It's very possible. Opening up this bishop in general is a good idea, but there are priorities in the position, and for white the biggest priority now is to castle, bring the king to safety. On the short side, on the king side, it's not very safe for the king, so it's a good idea to put it on the queen side, in my opinion. And c4 would also allow some knight b4 related moves, like attacking the queen and eyeing the d3 square with tempo, then rook d8 and knight d3 check. So c4 is a good idea, but a bit too early right now. So if you want to go c4, you probably have to start with a3, and I would recommend somehow preparing the long castle as quickly as possible and then taking it from there. So well, I have no idea why it takes so long to see the moves. I'm trying to watch on a different site maybe to see if there's anything wrong with the site, because my internet definitely works. So we'll watch on a different site from the other monitor. Okay, I see moves being played. I don't know why I don't see them on this side, but I'll just make the moves from the game, okay? I hope it's fine for you. So, it's already on move 24. So, I'll just insert the moves. So, Carlsen played rook f1 like one of our viewers suggested, so proving me not correct. At least I'll have to face Carlsen's intuition when justifying mine. b5, queen e4, no time to commentate on these moves. a5, a4. Now after a4, ba, queen d7, king e2, rook a d8, rook a d1. I wish I could have seen it when it was played. Queen b7, bishop a3, rook d5, c4, queen a6, king e1, rook d7, queen g6, knight b4, and bishop takes. C takes, queen takes h5, rook fd8. This is the position on the board as I can see it now. And well, I hope I'll just continue to update from this side until something will change. I don't know. I'll refresh the page after the game. Okay, so here I'll just update manually. So rook fd8. Wow, the position has changed dramatically since where the position where I last stopped, and I won't have too much access to the chat while looking at the other site. So yeah, rook fd8. Seems like Carlsen is thinking now. What can I say? He's a pawn up. Something to notice. G6 will threaten some mate. Oh, suddenly we have all the updates in the actual board here. Okay, so it seems to work fine now. We have the right position. You can go back to the chat, I at least hope. Yeah, I understand that the official site is faster, but I don't want to risk anything from the legal point of view. Just one moment. If I put the board from the official site, there is more chances for me to get in trouble legally. There are more chances. Okay, so queen g4, as we can see. I wonder why I didn't play g6. Probably because of some bishop f6 ideas. Protecting everything. So right now, I don't understand anything that's going on. But I'm assuming white wants to play king e2 and knight b3 and release himself from the pin on the d file. And well, what else can I say? Okay, rook d3 on the board, as far as I can see. King e2. Was there any threat by black? Probably b3 followed by bishop b4. King e2. Now after b3, maybe white wants to take on b3? No. Knight e4. Knight e4 is probably the idea. Well, the position is incredibly complex. And it's only the first round, and Carlsen is playing such a strong player. Wow, such a high-level event. So, seems like this particular stream is working, so I can have more look at the chat. The official site, by the way, can be found in my description for those who ask in the chat. The link to the site. So I haven't had much time to look at the position, understand the subtleties, so please excuse me if I don't know what's really is going on. I'll try to focus on it for now. Or just cough my way until the end of the game. So okay, I don't see any updates. And on the other board, I see b3 being played. Okay, I'll just ignore the chat for a moment and look at the other site. So here b3 on the board. Where's the clock? I don't see the clock on that side. It doesn't seem very precise. I wish the streaming, the live stream options, not live stream, let's call it watching the games live would have been a bit more, let's call it professional. Here it seems to be stuck. In the other side I don't see the clock. And these are two of the biggest sites out there. So okay, no updates for now. The clock doesn't show anything particular there. Something like someone losing on time. Let's trust these numbers for now. 1.5 minutes versus 2.5 minutes in favor of Carlsen. And I really don't understand anything about the position, and there is not much time to actually come up with anything. So I'll just mention that black might be threatening bishop b4. And then it looks very close to winning. But then there's knight takes b3. So just b3 to b2 is probably a good idea for black. And knight takes b3 is not possible, so I'm not sure what white can even do. That's why Carlsen is thinking. It's not easy to make a useful move here. And yeah, I don't know. He doesn't make a move. Anything remarkable in the chat? Emmanuel Aaron is saying, I'm quoting, I like black. Yeah, me too. I think the black should be at least practically better, if not objectively already. I mean, it's very hard to guess the evaluation of the position. It should be somewhere between white winning to black winning, but the position is extremely sharp. Although now specifically I would like to have the black pieces. Seems like everything is going to be forced, and if white makes a mistake here he might get mated. All he has is a pawn, but his king safety is in question. So we see some moves. Knight takes b3, rook takes b3, rook takes d8, bishop takes d8, and rook d1. So this seems a bit desperate from white, giving up a piece for a pawn. So I would expect, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this position is close to winning for black. And I don't know what's the clock situation, but Carlsen is thinking. I don't know. King f3 on the board. So this board is not working properly. I'll just update manually from now on. King f3, and now we can expect Ganguly to play queen c6 check perhaps, but then queen e4. It's not that easy to convert, I guess. So probably rook b4, just attacking some pawns. And white doesn't have any forced way to continue the attack or get some amazing compensation all of a sudden. So rook b4, just grabbing some pieces, and it's played. Good guess by me. Now, what can we expect from white? If you defend this c4 pawn with rook c1, then rook takes a4, and this rook will be passive, so it's more or less game over. We can expect something active from Carlsen, and he plays queen h5. Wait, I'm confused. No, king g3 first. Yeah? Yes, okay. King g3, queen takes c4, and now queen h5. Trying to aim for some queen e8 check, but right now white is defending all the squares, as you can see, on the 4th rank next to his king, but it's far from easy to justify anything else. He might want g6, but then there's bishop h4, rook h4, so I think white is lost. One pawn for a piece, and his king is quite in danger on g3. Black will just take another pawn if it's his move. So we have some moves in a row. So queen g6, rook a4. And then rook a4. h5, queen c4. That's weird. Why would he allow rook d8? With bishop d8 there is a perpetual check. Queen e8 and queen g6. No, come on, he missed it. Maybe queen e4, but then queen e6 is possible. I don't know. Queen c4 seems illogical, and now they are repeating moves. Oh, that's a pity for black. He doesn't even want to go bishop f8 and try to win. Maybe it's already too risky. But still, allowing such a draw is a pity. So now I'll ask you, my dear viewers, should I analyze this game or move on to the rest of them? I know in the main streams they go to the rest of the games, but we can do whatever we want here. So feel free to share your opinion, and I'll try to follow through. Okay, now it's updated suddenly. So I want to go until I receive an answer on the chat. Look at this position for a moment, because it's very, very winning for black in my opinion. So only one pawn. Queen c6 seems legit, protecting from queen e8, preparing rook takes a4. Now queen g6, threatening h5, h6. What is rook h4? Sorry, a mouse slip. Threatening h5, h6. It's not too easy to win directly, but wait, what? If I go rook g4 check, you have to take. I go check. This is just mate. Oh my god. Carlsen missed this relatively easy mate, but so did his opponent. But he had less than a minute. I can't blame him. Was this the position from the game? Queen g6, allowing rook g4? Really? That's weird. Rook g4. It's so bad for Ganguly not to have seen it. I mean, he sees such tactics in his sleep, I am sure. But just playing against Carlsen with less than a minute is very nerve-wracking, especially when you're winning. So I can understand rook takes a4. And now it's probably too late for rook g4. It's only perpetual. So yeah, I don't see any direct way to win anymore. But queen c4 is definitely a mistake, because now white is not even threatening much. He wants to go h6, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, there must be something here. Let's have a look at the chat. So what do people in the chat have to suggest? Move to the rest of the games. Flying Fox. Move to the rest. Move to the rest. So 3 different people want me to move to the rest of the games. Okay, this is very interesting. I'll just mention that here I think it's still winning, but actually maybe rook g4 is still working, because I can go here and then take and then just give queen e2 or queen f3 check and grab the rook, and I have a lot of material. So a pity. Queen c4 was just, you can call it a blunder, because black is just winning and now it allows rook d8. And well, the only question is what happens after bishop f8, but it's already far from obvious that black can win this position. Just for example, I can go h6 and it's not so easy to mate white anymore. So this has been this game. Carlsen made a draw with Ganguly, and how do I move to the rest of them? So anyone wants to suggest a game to watch? I see many names, and I assume the viewers can see what I'm looking at. Okay, my camera is blocking the view a little bit, but I'll just read it for you or just for this particular moment I'll put the camera below like this. So now you'll be able to see all the names. So okay, Carlsen, Ganguly was a draw. Adli versus Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, Pansulaya, Grandelius, Karjakin, Mamediarov, Lushanglei. So many options. So Anand, Nepomniachtchi, MVL, Karjakin. Okay, I'll just pick randomly. So let's move to the... Surprise, nobody asked for Nakamura. So I'll go for Nepomniachtchi's game. Okay, so I'm bringing back the camera. So Nepomniachtchi is playing white. He's a piece up. King h6 or king f5 are to be considered. If king f5, it looks like black should be lost. But it's not so easy for me to see a direct mate. And black might give a perpetual if the knight moves. So Nepomniachtchi with white. I don't understand. Is the game stuck? Okay, I'll look at the other side while you guys can think about this position. It's ridiculous. So I don't, even on the other side I cannot see the game. Ah, here it is. Okay. So a lot has changed, as you can see. Queen on h1. Actually I see some updates on the other side. King g4, queen f3, king h3, queen f5 on the board. So what can I say? Just a moment. Okay, so here Again, it does not update. I'll just update manually, as mentioned earlier. So this is the position in the game. There should be a forced mate, but I'm not sure how. Maybe just... no. Queen f2 and king e2. Just playing like this. Black cannot give any checks for the moment. I don't know. Still thinking. It's not so easy to mate. And I cannot see the situation on the clock. Well, so they already played queen f2, king h3. How to mate? How about this ridiculous looking move? King f3, threatening mate in 1. And now if you go queen c6, I go knight e4 and I take away the c3 square. You don't have any other checks. It looks enough. e4 check, I go knight e4. Once again, you have no checks. I think king f3 just settles the deal. Okay, I see the move king e4, but it doesn't make too much sense because king f3 is like the same idea, only so much more powerful. Sometimes when you see king e4 on the board, it might mean that black resigned and they put the kings on e4 and d5. Those who played in international tournaments will understand what I'm talking about. But that's probably not the case because I see some more moves. Queen c8. And now it's not so easy anymore. There's queen f5 check after king f3. Wow. Some chances. Okay, I don't see any updates. Queen c8. Something has been taking place. King d5. Queen g8 check. Knight e6. Queen takes g3. Queen takes f6. Queen takes h4. It's quite ridiculous looking. No, the game is of course very interesting and both of the players are very strong, but just white must have been mating somehow other than the move I suggested, and then reaching this endgame. Theoretically speaking, a queen and knight versus queen should be a draw, but with these pawns and with time pressure, it's far from easy. It's probably more likely that black will lose. Queen f3, queen e2. Oh, finally we have some update on the site. So queen f3 checking h2. Black is thinking. Let's trust the clock situations from this side. 2 minutes and a half versus half a minute. Oh, my nose is killing me. So queen e2, king g1, queen d1. King g2, king takes e5. So he just wants to get rid of the pawns and try to mate black. Is Pansulaya going to survive this? Well, I'm sure a computer would, but even against the computer, but yeah, I cannot say that I probably would have been more likely to lose than to draw, especially against Nishi. So king f2, queen d2. It's looking very risky now. King f1 is probably the move because here queen g2 looks very, very scary. This allows some 92 checks. King f1 was played. And now, well, king e4 is the move I would consider to bring the king closer without any checks that black has. Probably will play h4. I'll just keep it the position from the game so nobody will get confused. King f1. Oh, now we have the update on the official site. King f1. Not official. On this site. Okay, queen c1. King f2, knight d3. So far forcing the game. So black has 4 options. All of them look relatively okay and very dangerous at the same time. So queen c5. No, wait. King e2, knight f4, king f2, queen c5. Sorry. Queen c5 on the board. King f3, queen d5. We can expect black to repeat. Go to f2. So far nothing particular is taking place, just repeating the position. I guess black just wants to go h4, h3 and try to promote this pawn or exchange queens. So white has to be quick and come up with some idea, but this queen is very effective at protecting from all the mating threats on e2 and g2 that the knight might cover the queen, the white queen. So yeah, I think Pansulaya found a decent piece placement. Okay, so we have some updates. King f1, king e4, h4, queen a1, king f2, queen b2, king f1, queen h2, h3. I can't even make moves. This is okay. Oh, we have some update. Okay, h3. And now, what can I say? White is thinking, but maybe black will survive. King e3, what are you gonna do? Queen g1 check and exchange queens. Probably it's not winning anymore. It wasn't winning maybe from the moment we exchanged we got rid of all of white pawns, but still there was a lot of practical chances, especially in time pressure. So queen d2 is played, but let's not conclude the game just yet. There's still a lot of chance for Nishi to trick his opponent. Okay, so have a quick look at the chat. Nothing too interesting is taking place. So queen d2. Now black is thinking, or queen g1, queen e1, king h2 on the board. It looks very risky, but still, black all he needs is a 1 square for the king, meaning not to get mated. If he has 1 square to go with the king after each check without losing anything, it should be fine. Queen f1, trying to get a Zugzwang. A nice practical try. Maybe it's objective already, I don't know, but it feels like this entire position should be a draw. So let's see. This position after queen f1, king g3, queen e1, king h2, they repeated. Nishi is struggling to find an idea to put pressure on black. It's not going to be easy. Feels like a draw to me. There's a guy here in the chat who keeps asking for computer analysis, and you can check for yourself in the official site or in any one of the other big sites. I'm not intending to ruin my learning experience to answer mine or anyone else's curiosity. So okay, so between the rounds I'll be a little bit distracted, but not for too long. So as you can see, the position is updating. Queen e3. Okay, there have been some moves since, but queen g3, queen d2 check, king h1, king f5, queen f3, king g5. I'm assuming queen g3 check will take place. So far, not much progress from white, but we'll see. Maybe he has some idea in mind, some last trap before giving in to the draw. So let's see if we have any moves. King g1, knight e2, king f1. No, sorry, king g2, knight f4, king g1, queen d4, king f1. Queen c4, king f2, queen c2. And now we see it on the official side. Not official, nothing official about it. On the site, let's call it, on the site's update. Because you see there's the moves that are being broadcasted, and there are the moves that I insert manually. Let's call it the official broadcast, even though it's not the official one. So queen c2, king g1, queen c5, king f1. So I'll make the moves. Queen c5, king f1, queen c1, king f2, king c2. Sorry. Queen c1 check, king f2, queen c2. Seems like they're gonna make a draw sooner or later. Okay, so no updates for now. I'm doing something very quickly. Please ignore me for this particular moment, because not I want something to happen, but I don't see. Okay, so we see some updates in the position, but nothing special so far. Okay, so I really don't understand the clock or the position anymore, but after queen e4, king g1, knight f3, king f1. Excuse me for the interruption, by the way. I was doing something quickly related to the stream. Well, no moves, no updates. White is probably thinking queen c4, okay. But nothing special is changing, nothing too dramatic. So queen e2, queen f4. Nishi is a fighter, he will not give in the half a point so easily, but sooner or later he'll have no choice. Queen f2. King g4, queen g2 check, king h4, king e2. I don't see anything changing. Did the other game finish? Other games. I see some more moves. Knight d4 checking d3. And now, knight f3, king e2. Is it finally going to be a draw? 119 moves. So, I don't know. It's hard to say what's going on. If he's gonna keep trying or not. But it seems like the only game that's still taking place. In the meantime, I'll mention some results. Okay, on board 1 was a draw, Carlsen versus Ganguly. Board 2, Ahmed Adli versus Hikaru Nakamura was also a draw. So two, let's call it upsets, semi-upsets in the first round. Even though both of the weaker opponents are incredibly strong, it's still a big surprise because Carlsen used to start with 5 out of 5 or 6 out of 6 in every tournament of this sort in the past that I recall. And now board 3 is probably also going to be a draw, and I see king versus king. Just didn't look for 1 second and they exchanged everything. Okay, so king versus king, of course a draw has been agreed. And so 3 draws overall. But the other boards have not been... actually, board number 4, Grandelius beat Karjakin. That's quite a surprise. Not to me, but rating-wise. Grandelius is a very strong player, but very young also. So let's see the game quickly. while we're waiting for the next round. So Grandelius with white. So mainline Ruy Lopez. Breyer opening. The Breyer variation of the Ruy Lopez. So far they're following mainline. Both players are following the very main line. And now I believe the main move here is something like Rook A3, and Grandelius played Bishop H6. Actually, Queen C7 isn't the most popular move. I think it's Knight C5. But Queen C7 might have been a more trendy line, which I'm not very familiar with. Okay, Rook E8 is the main idea nowadays in this position, and now it seems like they're following the most logical plan. White tries to push F4, and black is playing on the queen side, and they get this ending, which is slightly more pleasant for white. So something must have gone at least slightly wrong for black. Karjakin usually holds this type of positions easily though. Maybe he tried to win. Here they already repeat the position, and as you can see, King F7 would have agreed to a draw silently, but Karjakin is trying to push. So we can see that maybe objectively it's not anything troublesome for black. Bishop D1 is a funky move, by the way. If Rook A1, he wants to go Bishop H5 check and take the rook, and then take over the open file. So it's a nice maneuver. F5 is a little bit compliant, I would say, but maybe white wants Bishop G4 and he was a little bit afraid. I don't know, F5 looks bad to me. Even though you get F4 in, it feels like it's weakening the E5 pawn unnecessarily. And well, black is not worse, he's the one pushing, but you can see that white is very solid. I'm curious to see how white managed to win. Probably black crossed the line somewhere. So is round 2 already about to start? I don't know. I guess I'll see when it starts. So you can see that so far Rook A4 was helping white a bit. Yeah, now T6. Suddenly white got a piece and is winning. Yeah. Grandelius in one game managed to do something that took Carlsen 10. I believe I also heard somewhere that Grandelius was part of Carlsen's team. It was published in some article, if I'm not wrong. Niels has been part of Team Carlsen, which is highly impressive in my opinion. So, and not only that he was in the team, he also managed to beat Karjakin now. So, therefore justifying his spot. So, nice game. Any more upsets? Let's have a look. I'll refresh the page, hoping it will do something good. So, okay, so let's have a quick look at the results. Once again, I'll minimize the camera for a moment. So, you can see Grandelius beat Karjakin, Mamediyarov beat Lushanglei. So I'll only look at the upsets at the beginning. So Dominguez beat Flores, Anand beat Jumabayev, then another two slight upsets, although Wei is incredibly strong. I don't know why his rating is so low in Rapid. Maybe it's a little bit unlucky in one of his first events. So anyway, Wei against Vachier is not much of an upset to make a draw with white. Rajabo versus David Anton. Draw. So this is a slight upset, I would say. Anyone strong that lost? Ivanchuk beat Perez with the black. Ivanchuk is incredibly strong in Rapid. I think he is one of the favorites to win this event. At least in my eyes. He used to be above 28-40. I don't know what happened to his Rapid rating. Okay, Aronian beat Chedlishvili. Hope I'm saying it correctly. Grishuk beat Agdestein. Yuyan Gi beat Falco Bindrich. Benjamin Bock beat Melkumian, which is a slight upset. So let's have a look at this particular game. Whenever round 2 starts, I'll move to the games. I think it's about to start soon, but I'll keep my eye at it. So, Bok versus Melkumian. Well, normally speaking, they have more or less the same classical rating, so Bok with white is not expected to lose, but for some reason there is a 150 point gap between them in Rapid, which I can't really explain. So, Benjamin Bok is playing one of the trendy lines, and now e4 is considered to be the main line, if I'm not wrong. It might be here though. I think it's e4. Yeah, e4 with the piece sacrifice. Bishop takes e4. So he plays knight takes e4, which is a sideline, followed by king f2. I have not much idea of what's going on here, theoretically speaking. Yeah, this looks familiar, but I can't really say what it is exactly. Black is a piece down, and doesn't seem to recover it. Okay, he got the exchange, but is in deep trouble, I believe. 2 pawns for and a rook for 2 pieces, but it looks like the pieces are dominating the rooks. The bishop is tremendously strong on f6. Now you get the f7 pawn, and the mating attack will follow. g6 is very strong, yeah. If you take, then rook g7, I guess. Ah no, sorry, bishop h4 is the point. I'm a little bit under the weather. g6. Yeah, now followed with rook takes h7, and now black is just paralyzed. Normally in classical chess someone might resign here, but because of the time pressure I guess he wanted to continue. And he gave up the rook. King c7. Why would you not play rook back to a8? Well, I don't see a mate, so maybe he just blundered. But it doesn't make sense, because if rook a7 I also have king takes d8. Ah, this was his only trap, I guess. But it's not a real trap even. It's not a stalemate, I can just take it. And even if I couldn't, this is still a piece up and completely winning. So, I don't understand rook a7. But this should still be completely winning. And the next game hasn't started yet. So, we're waiting. So, nothing too special going on in the chat. Someone is saying Ivanchuk was very lucky. So, let's have a quick look. I'll get the camera back soon when the round starts. So, let's see if any more upsets. Danil Dubov lost to Tari Aryan. But once again, the rating in real life is relatively close, so only the Rapid is quite different. When is the round about to start? They don't show any schedule. Okay. I have no idea. But I keep my eyes at the board in case they make moves. And Pansulaya with white against Carlsen. I don't understand why they're still on the top board if they made a draw. But okay, I guess we'll see. So any big upsets? Nothing so far. Cheparinov lost to Rasmus Svein, Ivan Cheparinov. So 2 more upsets that I spotted for now. Also Poya Darini beating Faruk Amonatov. This is almost 200 points rating difference. And well, I think Leko lost to Atabayev. Well, lots of interesting results taking place. So Rauf Mamedov lost to Sanal Vahap, and that's more or less it that I can see. Yeah. So let's go back to Ivanchuk's game before they start, because someone mentioned he was very lucky. Let's see who mentioned it. Mentioned by George Rosini. Okay, I will check Ivanchuk's game. Get the camera back if you don't mind. And now let's put the game in here. I will not commentate too much on this one. I have to do something between the rounds. I don't want to I'm not intending to advertise it heavily, but I will put a status on Facebook just now to make sure that more people will know about this stream. So let's see. So in the meantime, I'll just press the move, so please excuse me. So far, main theory, and I believe F3 is one of the new ideas here, not the main line. Traditionally. Okay. So bishop takes h6. This looks theoretical. It's hard to analyze without the computer. So post. Okay. In a moment we'll go through with this game, hoping they didn't start yet, and they did. Sorry for the delay. So this game I didn't manage to look at. I'll get back to round number 2 in a moment. Just have a quick look at what happened in this game while I'm taking care of this last moment issue. Wow, Ivanchuk with black. It looks like he was losing a few moves ago, and now suddenly he gets all the pieces, all of White's pieces, and he's a piece up, and he's just winning easily. Okay, interesting game. Thanks for mentioning it. Round number 2, Pansulaya versus Carlsen. Sorry for the delay. And now let's have it on the board. Starting from the top. Knight f3, d5, g3. So far a very fashionable line. c4, d takes c4, knight a3. One of the typical ideas to play against it. Bishop d2 is a move I'm not aware of. Usually they go bishop g2 and then bishop e6, and black should be fine. This is a move I haven't seen, and I'm sure Carlsen is still in preparation. And a5 looks like a strong move. I am familiar with this idea. In general, from the black side, it's quite simple to explain. You want to avoid any b4 related moves, and possibly also play a4 yourself later on to grab space and take over some squares. Of course, developing with bishop e6 is a nice idea for later. So black's position should be fine. Their opening from theoretical point of view is quite harmless, in my opinion. So I'll just finish this slight thing that I was doing, and now I'll be fully with the game. So bishop b3, bishop e6 on the board, looking good for Carlsen so far. Okay, so now I'm finished with all the distractions, finally, and let's have a look. So, bishop e6 on the board. I hope the side doesn't have any problems updating now. Just make sure with the other side. Okay, so queen d7 on the board, rook c1, queen d7. So personally I like black's position more, and if the viewers will forgive me, feel free to protest in the chat. I will flip the board. I want to look at it from Carlsen's perspective. So, and I also play this line with black sometimes, so it's a good idea to know what to do, to look at it from the right side so I can remember. So queen d7, I like black's position and moves so far, and honestly I would choose black here rather than white. I think black has more chances to take over the initiative. He has more space, his pieces are perfectly placed. You can see that both bishops here are on the long diagonal, but this bishop on e6 is more active than the one on d2. This knight on c6, I like it more than the one on c4, the one on e7 more than the one on f3, and this pawn on a5 is also grabbing some space. So next moves are probably rook fd8, and so at the right moment some knight d4, maybe h6, king h7, knight f5 or knight d5 are an idea, are ideas that are valid here. And generally speaking, because white has less space, it's more difficult for him to find squares for his pieces. Okay, I see some updates on the other side. So knight g5, bishop d5, and knight e4 on the board. So interesting choice by white. And I don't see any big threat, so maybe once, no, knight c5 is probably an idea, and then this pawn is hanging, so I have to go queen c8. So anything else? Bishop h6 is sometimes a threat here, aiming to go knight f6 fork against the queen and king. If you take, and then if bishop e4, then bishop g7 might not work immediately, but just keep it in mind. And Carlsen played f5, knight c5. Yeah, you can see it's automatically updated, knight c5 and queen c8. So yeah, seems like a very aggressive setup by black, which should be better for black if white doesn't do anything immediate. So just for example, if he allows black to take on g2 and go b6, it will just be much better for black. Maybe something like I would call it an initiative for black. So having more space and better pieces. So there is a call for action here. But what exactly? Because for the moment, white's pieces are relatively active. So before they are pushed back, white has to do something. Probably some pawn break in the center, like e4. But it's very hard to judge, let's call it evaluate, the consequences of this move. It looks decent to me. Shouldn't be worse for white, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's great. So just to be clear, this is the position on the board and I want to analyze e4. I will not change the position from the game. So I'm thinking after e4, black might want to take on c4 with the bishop and then push f4 to close this bishop on g2. Another possibility is fe, de, and move this bishop back to f7. Both look decent to me. Bishop f7 immediately is less tempting, in my opinion, so I think this is what will happen in the game. So for now, I really enjoy Carlsen's position, although f5 might have been a little bit premature, but only computer engine will say for sure. It depends on the evaluation of this move e4. If it's good for white, then probably f5 was a mistake. If not, then f5 was strong. And well, there's not enough time for me to think it through, and I'm not sure even then that I'll understand the consequences. But just to mention, if I go back to moves here, I would probably just develop this rook to d8 as I mentioned earlier, and not play f5, and just probably now if knight c5 and queen c8, e4 is not as annoying because you're not going to have e takes f5 next, so this pawn on d3 will be weak. So e4 was played. Back to the game. e4 was played, and now bishop takes c4 on the board. So yeah, bishop takes c4 looks like the most logical. But now it's a question, what should white take back with? And how should black respond accordingly, let's say. It's hard to say, very hard to say. I think that, well, my intuition screams d takes c4 because I want to fix this weak pawn. I mean, fix it, not fixate the pawn on d3, but fix the fact that it's backward. I need to figure out how to say it properly. It's a backward pawn, and after d takes c4 it will be fine. At least relatively fine. So, and he took with the d pawn. So seems like Levan Pansulaya agrees with my assessment. b6, now knight d3 probably is the only square for the knight. And yeah, the evaluation on this position will probably determine the entire evaluation of this move f5, which was probably the critical moment in this opening so far in this game. So I have faith in Carlsen's instincts, but every now and then he might be like less than perfect. It might still be okay for black, but maybe there was a better move. But I like the fact that I don't know. It's better than knowing. Now I can ponder about it and think and ask some questions, and I can review it later with the computer and see how dumb my evaluations were. And it's a humbling experience to look at games without the engine. So here Rook d8 is to be expected. I'll take a very quick break, but you'll still see the stream and my camera without me in it. So back in like, I don't know, a minute and a half. Okay, so any updates? See queen d7 on the board. Not much has changed. Carlsen is leading by 2 minutes. And I wonder if you can hear the sound of the laundry machine from outside. My neighbor is doing the laundry in the hall. So, for me it's quite distracting, but I'll have to follow through with my broadcast. So talk about the game between Wei and Nakamura. Well, after this Carlsen game, I wish to focus on Carlsen's games. Not only that the viewers usually like him the most, but for me, I feel like his level is the highest and I have the most to learn from him. Plus, Carlsen is the one I'm rooting for in this particular tournament, so hopefully you guys will not be too upset about my decision to stick to one game. So, let's see. Bishop c3 on the board. Bishop c3 on the board. And what can we expect? Well, white shouldn't be worse in this case because he has no real weaknesses and all his pieces are active, and for now he has the two bishops. He'll probably trade it for a knight sooner or later, but I evaluate the position as relatively equal. Although I'll probably take black once again, just for taste. From taste point of view, I wouldn't suggest that black has more chances. Okay, rook a d8, knight b2. As expected, I wanted to mention it. And now, let's see how Carlsen will follow in this particular situation. Someone in the chat is asking how far into it are we? So this is round number 2. We have 15 rounds overall in the World Rapid Championship. Today we'll see 5 games. So 5 games each day for the next 3 days. So this is round 2. After this we'll finish, we'll have 3 more rounds. And yeah, so far it's very tight, let's say, at the top. And many of the top players made a draw in the first round, which means that this tournament is going to be a tough ride for everyone in it, especially the ones at the top who would like to have the crown and the 40,000 euros prize, if I'm not wrong, but I'm not sure. Someone is saying there was a person in my room while I was gone. Well, I don't believe you. So let's see. Someone in the chat is asking a Trump sick imitation, but I've never heard Donald Trump sick before, and the fact that I'm sick will hurt my throat if I'll do his voice. So I'll only do it if Carlsen wins the event, okay? Let's keep it till the end and stick to being professional for the moment. So all those who were here to see the Trump imitation today, feel free to leave. I will not hold it against you. And yeah. Queen e2. Well, Queen e6 is a move that I like by black. Not exchanging queens. He wants to maintain the complexity in the position. And now there's a question whether to close the diagonal for this bishop or to go knight d4. Those are the two moves that I would consider as black. I have a feeling Carlsen will go for f4 just to keep more complexity in the position. Yeah, knight d4 would offer some simplifications and opposite colored bishops, which is against the spirit of Carlsen's fighting, and it does play f4. So yeah, the position is very unbalanced. It might be better for black, but definitely not for white. Something either equal or better for black, but most definitely double-edged in both cases. So I like Carlsen's choices in this game, although instead of f5 I might have taken a more relaxed approach, let's say, to the position, just you know, developing the pieces without forcing the matters too much. There wasn't enough advantage to justify a concrete play in the center for black. So, and I think he might have been better if he played something else. I'm not sure. So anyway, it's not a good idea to criticize Carlsen's play when I look at it without an engine. So I'll stop mentioning his past choices in this game, and for now I'll say that I like his position and mention that white will probably try to exchange the rooks and then somehow bring this knight back to the game from d1 to to c3 or a4 to c3 to d5 or b5. And it's not an easy task, but it's possible. And in the meantime, black can try some g5, g4 and push the pawns in the king side, and this is why I feel like it's easier to play with black, because his play is much more energetic and dangerous for white. So we have a move, rook fd1, and Carlsen played queen f7, which I don't fully understand. I guess after gf you want to take back with a piece, so white is kind of threatening rook takes d8, rook takes d8, gf, but I'm not a big fan of this queen f7 move. Although I cannot suggest anything else. I don't have any other major suggestions for black. And it takes a very interesting, the game takes a very interesting route. So queen f7, bishop h3, trying to exploit the fact that this diagonal is not covered to activate the bishop, and now f3. So a major change in the position. It looks quite unbalanced. Well, whether it's good or not, it's definitely in the spirit of playing for a win by Carlsen. Although I like every single move that Pantzulaia did in this game, so, and I cannot say anything negative about any of them, except maybe his harmless choice in the opening. So it feels like it shouldn't be worse, at least not much worse. But against Carlsen you can never know. Queen e1 on the board. I'm not sure what to do here with black. Maybe knight d4. It's hard to suggest. I'm checking the results in the tournament, in the Rapid tournament that I was supposed to play today and didn't make it. I'm considering to put a link, even though it's unrelated to the event in question. So Carlsen is thinking after Queen E1. Okay. So in the Rapid tournament in Jerusalem that I'm currently looking at, two leaders are playing against each other one round before the end. I'll just mention it quickly. Royce versus Dvoiris on board 1 with 3 out of 3. 2 rounds to go. Interesting stuff. Queen E1, still thinking. Any updates in the position? Nothing. Carlsen is thinking. Well, it's very double-edged, and maybe Carlsen shouldn't have forced the position in such a way without any justification or mistake from his opponent, because usually when you play flexibly enough, or let's say when you don't force the position, it's more likely that your opponent will make mistakes, especially if he's low rated and especially if he knows that your name is Magnus Carlsen. So a lot of greetings. Greetings from Germany. Someone is saying Merry Christmas from Indonesia. Greetings and Merry Christmas to you too. And Happy Hanukkah. And all the other holidays that might take place. So, night before on the board, as we can see. Well, another double-edged decision that makes sense. Sacrificing a pawn. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if white can take it. If queen takes b4, black probably wants to go knight c6, knight d4 and activate the knight, threatening knight e2. So probably I wouldn't take on... by the way, Pansulaya took on b4 once and played c5, which looks like a strong move, preventing knight c6 because of cb6. Let's calculate. Knight c6, he takes b6, knight d4. Rook takes c7. Yeah, and there is no... Knight e2 is not charming enough, in my opinion. So, yeah, Carlsen plays bishop h6. But it doesn't look pretty. It doesn't look like things are going his way in this game. Bishop h6 on the board. And now Pansulaya is thinking with 4 minutes on the board, on the clock, and Carlsen has 5 minutes, so time pressure will emerge soon enough, and we can expect something good to take place for either white or black. I hardly think it will be a draw. C takes b6 on the board. If you take the exchange, I can take on d8 maybe, and then play b takes c7 with a tempo before taking back on c1. It doesn't look pretty for Carlsen. Wow, it's the second game in a row that doesn't go his way out of 2 rounds. I'm not a big fan of what's going on to Carlsen in this tournament so far. Okay, so c takes b6, rook c7 on the board. Looks terrible for black. Carlsen is thinking he has to pull another rabbit out of the hat. White just simply wants to take on d8 or take on b4, and it looks like curtains for black, so he has to be extremely quick in defending the b4 pawn or doing something active. He doesn't have much time to deal with it as well. Any upsets in the other games? Not many results. Okay, Carlsen is thinking, but I'm not a fan of his chances. I don't think he'll pull a rabbit out of his head every single round. And I know here I would be very likely to lose with black, so objectively it feels bad. Okay, so no results so far in this game. And okay, I see some moves. After rook c7, queen f6, queen takes b4, rook takes d1, knight takes d1, rook d8. So Carlsen is fighting. Queen f6 looks like a good move to defend. Rook d7 on the board, trying to exchange some pieces. Pansulaya wants to simplify, and rightly so. He's a pawn up. His pieces have some good squares. The white squared bishop seems more active than the dark squared counterpart. Knight c3, knight d5 will come quickly. Although I think it's a little bit too scared by white. I mean, here I would consider something more aggressive than exchanging all the pieces and grabbing a pawn, because it feels like black should be in deeper trouble than this. Knight c6 on the board, so tempo on the queen, the knight goes to d4. What happens if queen takes b6? He didn't play it yet, with a minute and a half. So, just to mention, this is the position on the board. I want to understand queen takes b6. So nobody will be confused. Queen takes b6. Not played. Queen c4 check. Why didn't he take on b6? Any tactics that I'm missing? Ah, I see it now. Queen b6, I can take on d7 and go queen d6, forking the bishop and the knight. So this was a trap. Pantzulaya didn't fall for it, he went queen c4. Carlsen went king h8. And now, still thinking. Well, rook takes d8 looks logical. Yeah, knight takes d8. And now maybe knight c3, knight d5. Activating his knight. I'm not a big fan for Carlsen's position, but already stated it more times than I would like to. Okay, so far nothing special. But we have some moves. Knight c6, knight d5. So how did it happen? Knight c3, knight c6, knight d5, knight d4. Queen c8, bishop f8. Does it make sense? Why is the queen hanging? It shouldn't be hanging. I apologize. Knight d8. Did I miss something? Knight c3, knight c6, knight d5. Sorry. Queen d6 was played. Now bishop g4 first. Knight d4 check and bishop f8. Okay, this is the position on the board. And now white is thinking. He's low on time. There is a chance for Carlsen to save it, no doubt. But I can hardly imagine him winning with black. Okay, king g7, king h2. H4, h5 first. Bishop d7, exactly. King g7, king h2. I don't like this, that the moves are updating 5 at once and that it's stuck all the time, but well, chess, the biggest chess sites, that's what they offer, so I shouldn't complain. As long as it's for free and we can learn something, then we should use the extra time to think about the position. So now, after king h2, what can I say? I like white's position still, but I can't suggest anything dramatic for either side. King g7, queen e8, king g7. How did it happen? So here black played king h7, queen e8 and king g7. So Carlsen is willing to repeat moves, of course, with a pawn down and a passive position. But Pantzulaya wants to win. He goes b4. And I think he's very likely to succeed because a4, a5 is coming very quickly. And black's pieces are tied. The queen to protecting e5, the knight to protecting from bishop e6. White is more active and a pawn up, and has a safer king. Wow, this looks really, really bad for Carlsen. What can I even say? So here we have some moves. You can see the update on the board. After b4, b5, bishop takes b5, knight c2. So Carlsen is going for some desperate tactical attempts. He gives up the second pawn. And now knight c2, trying to generate some counterplay. So a3, a very solid move. Protecting the b4 pawn, which wasn't necessary, I guess, because queen e5 was there, but after capturing twice. But what if knight takes a3? He must have some idea. Well, I don't see it for the moment. After a3 we have some more moves. King h6, queen f7, knight d4, knight f6, queen, bishop g7, queen takes g7, and we can expect Carlsen to resign soon. Wow. Carlsen losing the second game, starting with half out of 2. Oh my god. King g7. It will probably be continue something like this. King e6. No, he resigned, but this position. Just wanna see. Probably you don't even need to give a check. This. Wait here. What's the easiest way? Of course, it's 2 pawns up in the knight endgame. I would probably just play bishop e8 and grab all of the black pawns here, and on h5, later on f3. Yeah, can resign. It's a pity, Carlsen lost. Okay, I won't go through this game, it was quite depressing for Carlsen. And we'll move on. Searching for upsets. So Fressinet beats beats Mamediarov, which can be also considered an upset. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's look from the white side this time. So Fressinet is white, playing the Meran of the Slav. Let's call it, I think it's called the Meran structure. Pushes e4, so far following a very well-known path. Okay, not the most popular line, but definitely a typical one. Seems like both players are playing logical moves. Fressinet is probably well prepared here, or at least understands the positions well. And Mamediarov missed something, I guess. I'm not sure what. He's a pawn up, but it looks like white has more than enough compensation. And he fell for this. He just lost. Resigned. Easily won by white. Fressinet made it look easy, and when you beat a 2800 player and make it look easy, it means you're a very strong player yourself. So yeah, good job by Laurent Fressinet on the white pieces. Such a nice game. I wish I understood it better and could explain the different subtleties in this opening, but okay, so far it seems logical. And here, this move d5 is probably the beginning of this complex pawn sacrifice by white, giving up the d5 pawn like this in order to get the 2 bishops and start with h4, h5, h6. Nice game. Let's see if there's anything else while I minimize the camera. So, okay, the draws should be considered as surprises, but well, how about we look at one of the live games? So Ivanchuk versus Matlakov. Ivanchuk. So this is the current position. It's hard to evaluate, but it looks like mate. Queen f7 to follow. Yeah, just resigned. Because here, this is going to be mate. So I'm guessing this game is finished but not updated yet. Okay. I have an idea. I'll see which game has the largest amount of kibitzers and I'll just follow it. So, Grishuk versus Moisenko. Okay, let's look at this one. So, white is a piece up and it looks completely winning. Why are all the people watching this? Because they think the fact that there is a decisive result makes it more interesting. It's just a piece up. Come on. Okay, let's see something else. Vashier versus Adley. Where is it? Okay, here's the game. Vashier versus Adley. Okay, this one is less clear because white has this a6 pawn which is coming up the board very quickly. So maybe white can hold a draw. But still, Vashier made a draw in the first round. And now a piece down. So seems like so many players can play decent chess nowadays. And the top players are not dominating as clearly as they were before. So how Vashier will continue here? So I see some updates in the final position. So they repeated a bit. Okay, so King b6, Rook b3 was played. Just to mention, Rook takes d3 was the last move. And now Vashier played King b6, Rook b3 check, and he's thinking. So it looks like it's close to losing for white. Finally something a little bit more double-edged. I'll look at the other games while you guys wait for the move here, because there's no update, to search for something interesting. So Grishuk Moisenko that we just saw was just a winning position without too many things going on. Nakamura beat Wei E. In a opposite colored bishop's position. Oh, the opening seems interesting, but it's just an endgame. I don't think we have the time to look through it. Although Nakamura's technique is remarkable. Or is it? The final position looks like a draw. Why does it say 1-0 if the final position is a draw? Maybe lost on time? Doesn't make sense. Anyway, we have some updates, so forget it for now. Let's focus on the game in question. So Rook b6 on the board, and they agreed to a draw after King takes d5. So I don't understand what's going on here. King b6 is the last position that I looked at. Now Rook b3, I thought black was much better. And then he went knight e6 check, king c6, knight d4, king d5, rook b6. Knight e6 was just a very childish move in my opinion. Trying to create a very simple trap of king takes d5, knight c7 and get the pawn. And after white played king d6, black has nothing better than to go back, and suddenly is not convincingly winning anymore, because knight b5 there's king c4. But what happens if black, instead of this knight e6, would just have gone knight b5, protecting from a7? I mean, now for the same reasons king d5 falls into knight c7 fork, and well, black has different ways to make progress. I mean, he should have. I don't see any of them, but it's almost a Zugzwang for white, because if the rook moves, I can take on b2. If he moves along the line, I can go g4. So it might just be a Zugzwang. I'm not sure if black has any threats, because okay, king f5 is an idea, but then rook f2 check and rook g2. So it's not so easy, but I think this might be a Zugzwang. King c6 or king b6 allows some checks. Here just d4, d3. What can I do? They made a draw, but I really want to understand this position. So d3, king c4. My rook is trapped for the moment. If I go knight c7, you go like this. d3 or rook b7. Well, black should be winning here somehow, but somehow I don't manage to see how exactly. So probably after a7, d3 first. And now if king c6, knight a8. And now after king c4, your king is far away, so I go rook b7. King here, and now not taking, but knight a8, and then rook a7 next. Yes, I think black had some winning chances, and you just ruined it completely with this slight, I'll call it a tactical hindsight? No. How do you say it when you make a tactical mistake? Let's just call it an inaccuracy. You just missed king d6. Knight e6 check is silly. Knight b5 I'm sure would give some chances, but just a moment, king b6, and now we want to go a7, and I need to put the knight on a good square. This is not easy. Where is it? Knight. Put the knight. I guess now on d6 with tempo. Now I have knight c8 if I want. I mean, this should be good for black. Rook b6 check is coming. Not check, sorry, rook b6, just to trap this pawn. Anyway, this is the critical position, and black should have gone for it and found something, no matter what it is. Let's look at some other games in existence. So anything else in this to be watched? Well, some games are still in progress. Volokitin Yuyangi, Lichao Zhigalko. Let's look at both. So I forgot to bring back the camera, but it doesn't matter that much. So Volokitin Yuyangi. Let's bring it back. Okay. So, but it's already finished. Black won. So the game is not in progress. Again, the quality of the broadcasts is not ideal in my opinion. So Lichao versus Zhigalka also finished with a draw. Okay, so we have some time between the rounds. And well, it feels like other than the upset on board 1 with Carlsen having lost to Pansulaya, not too many upsets took place, only some draws. So yeah, let's watch. I'm feeling a little bit hungry, so hope you don't mind if I grab something between the rounds. Usually they take breaks in official streams, but I don't know, I feel like just streaming consecutively, if it's the right word, and I'll take the breaks together with the viewers, with the camera still on me. Okay, so let's see the results. I'll minimize the camera once again. And together we'll look through the results. You can see for yourself, so I will not mention it out loud for the moment, I'll just eat. I'll only mention if I see something out of the ordinary, except for Pansulaya's win over Carlsen, which is impressive, by the way. When I played against Levan Pansulaya a few years ago, I managed to get a winning position, and I think it ended in a draw. So he's a very resourceful player, a good tactician, among other things. So Fresine beat Mamedyarov, as mentioned. A small surprise. Dominguez made a draw with Ryzantsev, which in classical chess wouldn't be a big surprise. But here, for some reason, their difference in the rating is very big. Once again, Buxiangzi versus Anand, a surprise in rapid but not in classical chess. Where is Grandelius? The hero for the previous round. I just saw him and it went up. He made a draw with Driev. Okay. Let's have a quick look at this game. I like Niels, his style. He's a very nice person in general, so let's follow his games every now and then. So far following the main line. And this move c5 actually is I had it in a game against Driev myself, and I played bishop d2 with the idea after cd4 to play knight g6 with this mate in mind. Okay, it's not mate, but it's good for white. So cd4 is not the move here. The game continued knight takes e5, fe5 with some complex pawn sacrifice by white. Anyway, this is the main line by Driev in the Karjakin. He likes this line quite a lot. Bishop e3. And yeah, this endgame is something I evaluated as equal back at the time when preparing against Alexei Driev. And well, this game does not prove otherwise. Black should be fine. And he is. Okay, just quickly going through the game. Let's see the other results. Any upsets? Bok won once again against a higher rated guy with black. Nice start by Benjamin Bok, another very talented young player. from the Netherlands. 2 out of 2 so far. So he plays the Najdorf usually, and now just the normal opening play. Seems very well prepared, playing very actively. Not so long ago he managed to beat Nakamura with black in the classical game, and now he just won a piece. Okay, I don't think there's much to see after it. So great energetic play by Benjamin Bock. Salem Saleh played won with black against Aronian, which is not a surprise by rating, but in classical chess you would expect white to put pressure. They have almost the same rating in classical chess, so if Tari is white, he shouldn't lose. But I've played some fast time control against Salem myself in some tournament once, and he is extremely resourceful and very, very good in tactics and in sacrifices for the initiative. He has a great sense for the initiative, so it's very difficult to play fast time controls against him. You know, I had a piece up and I lost. He managed to complicate it to an extent I couldn't keep up with the complexity. So let's see what took place. So far, normal main line, more or less. A very creative play by black. Also by white. Knight takes c2. He does not hesitate to sacrifice pieces for the initiative. And he doesn't want the forced draw. He's a fighter. And he managed. g6 mate next. Great game by Salem. Bravo. So let's see if there's anything else. Anything else in mind? Nobody in the viewers suggests to follow a certain game, so nobody in the chat, so I'll continue watching through the games, searching for something interesting. So well, looks like a lot of interesting games, but nothing too surprising. Let's see how many people has 2 out of 2. Quite a lot. Fresine, Bock, Darini, Poria, excuse me if I mispronounce it. So he beat 2 high rated opponents. Let's have a look at his game. So he played with white against Nguyen from Vietnam. So Darini, one of the most promising talents from Iran. They have a lot of strong juniors and generally young players nowadays, and they invest quite a bunch of resources into chess, and yeah, that's doing a great job. So many guys between 2450 and 2650 at early age compared to previous years. We have the main line of the Scotch, one of the main lines at least, and the game doesn't look like it's going in black's way. It just got mated, so not too many things took place, but white simply played very energetically. This probably somewhere here, this idea with g3 is very, very powerful, opening up the king side. If fg, then just f4. Yeah, and then knight d5, knight c7. Yeah, great play by white. This queen b8, rook d8 was a very nice finish, giving up almost all the pieces, like a knight, a rook, and another knight, and now black cannot prevent mate. Okay, let's have a look. Any other players with 2 out of 2 that worth noting, Ivanchuk, as I mentioned, beat Matlakov in this round. Okay, we saw the final position. Let's look at the game until round 3 will start. So, if it hasn't already, it says that it will start in like 4 minutes. So, so round. Okay. Ivanchuk Matlakov. This ought to be an interesting game. Bishop takes c6. So this is something I would have considered to be a boring sideline, but okay. Whenever I think something is boring, it's probably because I don't understand it properly, and not because it's actually not interesting. This position is relatively dry, but yeah, white has some prospects with this pawn majority on their king side, I would say. Okay, it's not really a majority, but these pawns, let's say the e4 pawn and the d3 pawn, are justifying a stronger grip in the center for white. Yeah, now this endgame is not so easy for black to play. And if this rook a2 is a nice move, by the way, preparing rook a1 and then capturing on b5, therefore inducing b4 and now going back. Great play so far by white, very simple but effective. And now tripling. This is sometimes referred to as Alekhine's cannon, a queen and 2 rooks in front of it. And well, how is white going to make progress? Eventually he did somehow. h4, g4, nice. And f5. And now, yeah, the fe was probably a blunder. He missed mate. Here, he missed that queen f7 is mating. But the position looks very dangerous for black already. So, yeah, I can't say that that this particular move is what is the reason for the only reason for black's loss. Any other players with 2 out of 2 worth mentioning? Aronian, of course, one of the most creative players of our time, if not the most. Yeah. And a true gentleman, as many might say. So, should we look at this game? Krishuk, Aronian, Yuyangi. I want to see the low rated guys first to give them a chance before they disappear into the abyss by all the higher rated opponents who will push them away. So, any big surprises with 2 out of 2? Vidit. Okay, let's look at Vidit. He beat Jobava with black. Okay. So, Vidit with black. Caro-Kann, one of the typical lines of the Caro-Kann, a very positional one. He sacrificed the pawn and now took on h2. Okay. Seems like white missed something. Here, castles allowing bishop h2, so probably something in white's opening was not ideal. Or maybe it is, I don't know. It feels like black is more active, without any justification. Well, the opening is relatively harmless for black when you start like this against the Caro-Kann. It's probably a good idea to play the main lines in any opening. But that's not in Jobava's nature, and of course there is a lot of logic behind his approach. I wouldn't dare to judge it. It's just, any approach is good as long as you're consistent and have some philosophy behind it. And as far as I know, okay, here he missed, unfortunately missed the tactic. Rook takes d2, followed by queen e1 check. But he should be able to hold, I hope. King h1, king g1. Definitely better for black, but not lost by any means. Yeah, this is an unfortunate blunder. And I just want to mention that Jobava, usually, he plays very original things in the opening. Very original moves, very original ideas. And Of course, other than having his own character and leaving a mark in chess history, which is, of course, in itself a very honorable thing to do. He also forces his opponents to think over the board and to gets them out of their preparation quite early on. And he is a very strong player, so he believes that against other players who are quite theoretical, he can force them to think and outplay them in a complex middle game, with or without an advantage, as long as they are forced to solve problems on their own. So generally, I like this approach, but it demands a lot of hard work coming up with new ideas on every single game. And yeah, I heard he's working quite hard in order to maintain it. So here seems like a relatively original way to play with white, but I have a feeling either Vidit had a great feeling for the position or he knew it. In both cases, it kind of backfired for white, because here this position is already quite dangerous for white, in my opinion. Black is more active, he's going to get bishop a6 in, rook f8, and something went wrong. And it usually doesn't happen when you play the main lines and have your new ideas there and move 20 or so. But yeah, it's a different approach. So, okay, is round 3 start already? I'm trying to refresh every now and then, but so far I don't see any games. This takes forever. So what can I say? We can look at more games, but it feels like we should have had an outcome by now. At least some pairings. You don't, even if the games did not start yet. By the way, regarding the Israeli tournament, which probably does not interest most of you, the one that I missed, the Rapid event, Roy's managed to beat Voiris, and behind him there are two players. So Michael Royce has 4 out of 4 before the last round, and two players with 3.5 out of 4 chasing him, Tamir Nabati and Evgeny Zanan. I'll put the link in the description later, just in case someone is interested. And well, I don't see the results yet, but Nabati with white against Royce in the last round in a must-win situation to win the event. I find it quite interesting. I wish I could see the game. So let's focus on our event for now. So round 3. Okay, we have pairings. Did the game start? They did not start, but let's just go there and wait for them to begin, because I don't think it would make sense to just watch all the games. Let's just mention before we go on that the leaders, the names of the people with 2 out of 2 so far. So Vidit, I'll try to even pronounce their names, even though I'll probably make mistakes, so excuse me. It will be fun if any of the players will see it one day. Feel free to correct me anyway. So Santosh Gujarati, Vidit, Amin Bassem, Salem Saleh, I don't know what the AR stands for, Tomaszewski Evgeny, let's say it normally, Anton Korobov, Vladislav Artemiev, Yuyan Gi, Alexander Grishuk, Levon Aronian, Vasily Ivanchuk, Poria Darini, and Benjamin Bock, and Laurent Fressinet. So far, Laurent Fressinet. Not so many players with 2 out of 2 as I would expect in such a large tournament with more than 100 participants. You only have 13 players with 2 out of 2. Okay, let's move on. Carlsen's game on round 3 against a low-rated opponent. It's probably not the most relevant for the tournament standings right now, because he has only half out of 2. But when Carlsen plays someone who's low rated than him, it can be very instructive regardless of the result. So we'll stick to Carlsen for now on, for this particular round. And yes, I am sick, by the way. Someone is asking in the chat. That's the reason I didn't go to the Rapid tournament that I mentioned earlier. Started in 10 a.m. around 6 hours ago. And I'm celebrating being sick by staying at home and watching chess, which is my normal medicine for everything. The medicine, the sickness, and the pleasure. So probably I'll call it the passion. So far 2 rounds are finished. We have 3 more rounds today, and I'll continue probably to stream the rest of the event tomorrow and the next day. So the next 5 days, stay tuned, wherever you are, to watch the 3 different days of the Rapid and the 2 days of the Blitz Championship. I wish I could have shown the videos, especially in the Blitz, so that the viewers could experience the games more. It's much more fun to see the players in the cameras making the moves, but I believe there are some copyright issues, so therefore I have to refrain from this particular action. I wish I had more knowledge about the law, but well, for now I'll focus on watching the games and learning, and hopefully someone will be able to learn as I go throughout the event, or at least be entertained from it. So someone is asking, where can I watch players actually play on the board? So there's the official site. I added the link in my description, and you can go there and watch. I didn't check the site myself, but usually there is a button called live games or live stream. You can watch it. You can watch the video. There's probably some commentary with Evgeny Miroshnichenko, if I'm not wrong, and Anna Rudolph, but I'm not 100% sure. But either way, you'll see the actual players moving the pieces, and it's a very nice entertainment, in my opinion. And it's both education and entertainment at the same time. There's a word for it. It's called edutainment. Difficult to pronounce, but very useful. The future of studying, I think, is edutainment. I've seen some videos on YouTube on the topic, taking some of the most popular computer games or whatever sources of entertainment people have, and somehow inserting some educational concepts into them that will help people study without even realizing they do it. I'll just mention a quote. I don't remember who said it, but it's a quote I really like, that the best way to educate someone is, or to teach someone, is in such a way that by the time he realizes that he learned something, it's too late. So edutainment is the key. So back to the tournament. Are they gonna start? Takes forever. Well, maybe I should check the other site. Maybe this one, for one reason or another, does not update. Okay, so no, I don't see round 3 anywhere. Just takes a lot of time for no particular reason. So let's be patient, my friends, and see what we have. Okay, round 2. I don't understand why it claims that Nakamura won against Wei. Maybe I should check it out quickly till the game starts, because Nakamura is not stated to have 2 out of 2. He probably has less. I don't see him here on the list. Yeah, it says he started with a draw and he made a draw, so he has 1 out of 2. Okay, so it was a mistake in the broadcast for some reason. He didn't win on time. Just a drawish opposite colored ending. I can show the final position in case anyone is very curious. Where is it? Here. So this is the final position. You can see it here. It's just a draw. White is a pawn up, but there is no way to make progress. I still will not take back my claim that Nakamura has an amazing technique in the endgame. He's one of the best endgame players in the world, in my opinion. But yeah, probably one of the reasons, there are many reasons, his intuition, his understanding, his hard work and so on. But one of the reasons is that in endgames it's very important to see tactics, and I think that Nakamura is one of the best tacticians, if not the best in the world, especially when it comes to short tactics, which is like 1 until 3 move variations of simple tactics, where you have to spot all these traps and ideas, and he almost never misses anything, even in blitz. So yeah, just wanted to mention it. And let's see if there's anything else worth looking at. Okay, Grishuk Moisenko, I remember someone asked me to put it, so until I see round 3 taking place, I will go to Grishuk Moisenko. So okay, so far we have a sideline of the Sicilian. I'm not a big expert here, so I don't know the details for either side, but it seems like White has got what he wants from the opening. Like these double pawns don't look pretty. Yeah, but the position remains very, very complicated. And he lost a pawn. Wow. What was this? Bishop takes d4, bishop takes g3. Now not hg, it allows queen f5, but queen e3. I guess Moisenko missed this tactic in advance. Now both the queen, the bishop, and queen e8. We have 3 threats. Bishop e5, and now pawn down, and a piece down. And Grishuk took the safe way into victory, just trading everything. And there's not much else to see, in my opinion. Okay, so this is a nice game. Let's see if the round has started already. It should start at some point. Okay, I'll take another quick break of a minute or so. So stay tuned. Let's hope that the game will. Okay, so the games don't want to start for some reason. The games wouldn't start. I don't know what's going on. I didn't even bring the camera back for like forever now. It's quite funny. Okay, I need to keep track of when I minimize the camera and when I put it back. So, okay, the round is started, but only now I see it. Okay. Suddenly updated into move 13 out of the blue. So Carlsen plays theoretical chess versus Enriquez. We already have seen this particular variation in the game. I believe it was Ivanchuk was black in the first game when he was lucky and won against Flores. According to one of our viewers, he was lucky. I'm not sure myself, I didn't check it, but yeah. So let's see. So let's quickly look at the opening. So here, this is called the Rouser Sicilian, the Richter Rouser. Bishop g5 is the main line and the most acceptable move. Now, this used to be one of the main lines, one of the most critical lines of the variation, and it lost some of its popularity. And for some reason in this rapid event, it is played twice already, which is a very rare line in my opinion, so I'm surprised that so many people play it. Queen e3 is the key move, preparing some e takes d5 related ideas and playing actively in the center. And yeah, bishop b4. Now normally a3 is the move, and bishop a5, and here bishop e2, castles, and there is a main line with e5 and h4, which Carlsen played. In the previous game by Flores versus Ivanchuk or something like this, there was f3 taking place. If I'm not wrong, it was recommended by Negi Parimarian in his book about against the Sicilian for white, but I'm not 100% sure. So bishop e2, castles, h4, yeah, sorry, e5 followed by h4. Yeah, and this is one of the main lines, one of the critical lines in this position. White normally wants to go rook h3 and rook to g3 and start attacking black. And let's just mention a few general things about this position. White has some attacking prospects, and of course if the attack works he will win. But if it doesn't, even yield something out of the initiative on the king side, black is statically better. He has a better grip in the center, so every endgame should favor black. And he has an open b file against the king, so basically it's you can say that in a sense white is going all in this variation. And theoretically speaking, there are some forced draws that I've seen, but people still play it sometimes in correspondence chess, so this line is not dead. I think it's very much alive. So if you studied well for black and you know all the defensive ideas, maybe it's objectively fine and should be objectively a draw somehow. But I'm wondering how well Carlsen knows this line and how well Mr. Enriquez knows it. I have to check his name for a moment. I can't even see his full name because it's so long. So I believe he beat some top player. Something like Cristobal. Yeah. Cristobal Viagra or Villagra. Sorry if I mispronounce it. I don't know. It sounds like a South American name. Cristobal Villagra Enriquez. Let's check where he's from, and then we can proceed. I'll have a... Oh, sorry, this wasn't in the game. I'll have a quick look in the database to check what's going on in this position, theoretically speaking. I think it's interesting, for me at least. So let's move on to round 3. Okay, so let's see. So he's born in 96 and he's from Chile. Chilean chess player. Quite young, only 20 years old. Already, well, his rating is 2517. Okay, so let's see. I recall he beat someone who was very strong somewhere recently. Yes. He defeated Boris Gelfand in the World Cup, exactly. I see it in his Wikipedia page. So the round 1 of the World Cup 2000 what was it, 14? I don't even remember. So on the first knockout he played against Gelfand. They made 2 draws in the classical chess, and then in the rapid chess or the blitz, I don't remember, he managed to win against Boris Gelfand and knock him out of the event. And if I'm not wrong, the event before that, Boris Gelfand actually won. So it was quite a major upset. And his rating there was even lower. He was 2400 and something, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, and he knocked Gelfand out, and since then I'm aware of his name, and I marked him in my mind as one of the promising talents of our small chess community, chess world, let's call it. So let's see what else. Rook b8 still on the board. Carlsen is thinking. Do we have updates? Yes, of course we do. Knight a4, bishop c7. But this time it's also on the side. For some reason I didn't see it. So, okay. Now I'll check on my ChessBase program if I can see anything that is a novelty so far, or whatever information I can dig up about this line. So, the Rouser Sicilian. Okay, so far both players are following the main line. Knight h7 is a very rare move. Knight d7 is the main line. Let me just show the position. So here knight d7 is the most popular move. Knight h7 was played only once in 2016. Was it even between 2 players of 2100 rating, and black won? h4 f6. So it might be a sideline. I don't know if it's a very important line for theory or not. I might have been wrong assessing it as critical, but yeah. So knight h7 was played. This is only played once, and h4. Now I believe f6 was played in the aforementioned game between 2 2100 players. And this move, rook b8, is a novelty according to my database. But let's see how many times this position was checked. 87, but okay, because of the game now, many people looked at it. Okay, so h4, rook b8, knight a4, bishop c7, bishop d3. It doesn't update for some reason. Okay, bishop d3 on the board. Okay, I'm not a big expert in this particular position, but I did analyze this type of lines with computer, and I'll just mention that I don't know the valuation here specifically, but normally in this structure after e5, knight d7 and h4 and so on, the computer really likes white and usually gives something between 0.4 to 0.8 or even more sometimes. But over the board, when I played it a few times, I couldn't find the right plan, and from human perspective it felt like black is almost better. So it's very important to know what you're doing here with white. And yeah, this knight a4 move looks very nice. I didn't see it before in this particular variation. So bishop d3 also looks very active, and now this g4 move. Well, I think that Carlsen is going on the right track in this particular game, and I feel hungry. Those are the two things that I can say. So let's see what happens in the Israeli tournament that nobody cares about except me. What was the result? Michael Royce was leading with 4 out of 4 just before the last round. Tamir Nabati and Evgeny Zanan behind him with 3.5. Trying to refresh the page. No results yet to be seen. It's funny that I'm streaming and watching a live stream on Facebook of this tournament, rapid event from Israel, as we speak. But the quality of their video is not as high, so it's hard to see where the pieces are. Okay, so anyway, we'll all know the results, so worry not. In the meantime, Fe5, bishop e5, knight f6 and f3. So yeah, black structure, the pawn structure is quite ruined by now, and yeah, it feels like it should be worse, much worse. Now he has a static disadvantage. All of white's pieces are more active than its black's counterpart, especially this bishop on c8 compared to this bishop on d3. g5 is a very, very powerful idea. I think this is just lost for black. So good play so far by Magnus in this game. And I'll try to search for something to eat, not to hit. I'll hit the 2600 mark soon, but not eat it. So let's see. Okay, I managed to put my hand on a mandarin, so feel free to excuse me if you find it annoying that I like eating while streaming. One of my favorite hobbies. Okay, 98 f4 on the board. Looks very ugly for black. g5 is still coming. Also h5 followed by g5 to avoid black from closing the h file by going h5 himself later. So you can see me peeling the mandarin. Life is so good here. The fruit in Israel are great. I've been to Azerbaijan recently in the chess Olympiad, and well, the fruit that I was eating there were lacking some basic taste, but the rest was great. Just I appreciate the bananas and mandarins and everything else here so much more. I wonder in which country the fruit are the best. Should go live in this country. They're probably very good in Qatar, where the tournament is taking place. So, few of my friends have been there in some open tournaments and told me that the food was fantastic. Absolutely marvelous. It's such a pity that I have an Israeli passport and cannot travel to some particular places, but I don't want to get political at any point. Let's just say that we all love chess and we have an interesting tournament in front of us. Life is good. Eating and streaming, yeah. Not caring about the position. Bishop e5, fe, queen e5, rook hf1, leaving the knight hanging. I see Carlsen also doesn't care. Wow, this is a nice tactic. A very nice tactic. What's the idea? Queen a4, probably rook f8, followed by queen c5 and rook f1, and mate to follow. That's my guess. It's amazing how every time I stream, that when I start eating, more viewers come, as if it's more interesting than my chess. Great game by Magnus so far. Queen c5 check as I predicted, and rook f1 next. And black will resign, I believe. Nicely done. Well, I'm waiting for Carlsen's opponent to resign. Probably it's a good idea to move on to another game. The viewers can trust me that rook f1 should be winning. And I have to wash my hands before touching the mouse again, so excuse me for not moving to a different position. But a lovely game by Magnus. Too bad he needed 2 rounds to get his motors running. Okay, throwing everything, all my leftovers to the garbage, and then we'll proceed with our magnificent project. So here resign. Finally black resign. And now we'll proceed. Okay, so let's see another game. So the next game in line is Anand versus Howell. Let's have a look. Where is it? This is not the right round. You'll have to excuse me. Something about the update. Where is Anand? Okay. This game has the most kibitzers right now. So we will watch it. Let's start from the top and then eventually follow the live sequence. So far a main Ruy Lopez, Anand is playing white. Usually top players don't enter the main Ruy Lopez against Anand. Many people are afraid of him. At least that's my personal interpretation. And this is actually my game against Erwin Lamy. I played with white here, knight f3. He went rook e8. Back then it was a novelty, like 2 or 3, maybe it was 3 or 4 years ago. And here I believe I did not play f5, but something else, maybe bishop e3. So in the game, here f5 is played, queen e2, attacking b5, bishop e3. In the Keres variation of the Ruy Lopez, by the way. So Anand is probably well prepared to this variation. And he went rook a1. It doesn't look that perfect for white, I have to admit, because black has got many things that he normally wants. This strong pawn on c3, protected by another pawn. So he has a protected passed pawn. Every endgame will be good for black, probably. The strong square on e5. It's very hard to understand. White has to justify his play somehow. And play very aggressively, but I don't know how. My feeling is that maybe a move like queen b5, but just queen c7, and I don't see a way to follow through. Maybe take, just take a pawn. I didn't notice it was hanging. So after queen b5, was played rook b8. So now after queen b4 there's bishop d5 in mind. But then queen c3 and white is a pawn up. Any updates? No. Anand's position looks quite promising if he just takes both of these. But I see some nasty variation. If okay, just to be clear, this is the position in the game. I'll just show a line. This takes, and now this move knight c6, putting pressure on d4 with the idea to take on e4, take twice and take on b3. And if ed, then my idea is rook e3 followed by bishop d4. So it might be working for black. So maybe queen takes b4 is not that promising for white after all. But right now black has no threat because bishop d5 can be easily refuted by queen takes d5. So maybe I'll just add more pressure. Rook a7. And if you move the bishop, I'll put my queen on a4 and increase the pressure on the black's position. So rook b8. Anand is thinking for the moment. So Tomaszewski Ivanchuk, please. Go check Tomaszewski Ivanchuk, please. The same guy writing it twice. Is Nishi winning the tournament already? Well, that's a weird question in my opinion. So, okay. While we wait for Anand to play, I will check Tomaszewski Ivanchuk by myself without the viewer seeing, just to see what position we have in mind. It's already finished in a draw, so why would I analyze it? It just made a draw. Nothing, a pretty uneventful game. Just I'm guessing that the person who asked for it is a hedgehog enthusiast, because other than the fact that it was a hedgehog, they just repeated moves. So we don't miss out on too many things. And Anand did play my idea of rook a7, but not queen a4. He went queen a5. Interesting. Maybe it's even stronger. But I think that without the queens, it's less comfortable for white in the end game compared to the middle game. But maybe b4 is just weak, and I misunderstood the subtleties here. So what can we expect? Anand probably understands this position better than me. So rook a1 will probably follow next, just tripling on the a file, and yeah, there's not much that we can expect other than this. Fruits in Serbia are pretty good. Thanks, Nojada. I'll check them out once I'm playing Serbia. Could you please review Nakamura's game? So before I do, let's focus on Howell's time pressure, because I have a feeling he will go down. Okay, queen a5, rook a5, and bishop d8. It feels like black is under some serious pressure. What should we expect now? Rook a4, rook a7, rook a6, rook b5. So many options. Well, if black will get bishop b6 in, he will probably be fine. So I'm suggesting rook b5, with the idea that after bishop b6 I'll just take the pawn. And if you take, I'll take with the knight. d6 is hanging and you don't have bishop b6. So feels correct, but check out the game by myself, the Nakamura game. Okay, so Nakamura is playing black. It looks very interesting. Maybe I should move on to this game actually. Wow, the poison pawn. Yeah, we will check it in a moment. In just a moment, okay? So thanks for the offer. Just make sure that Aronian doesn't have any fireworks going on. Aronian is playing some funky lines, trying to outplay the Egyptian Amin Bassem. Wow, a nice technical game from Aronian, but I would move on to Nakamura now. But let's just see the next move by Anand, just to see if he agrees with me that he shouldn't allow bishop b6. Rook a4, knight d7. So he prevented bishop b6 just like I suggested, but allowed knight d7, which I missed. But against rook b5 you don't have knight d7, so at least not with the same effect, because I can take and go knight b5. So here knight c5 is coming. Well, black has some counterplay. It's not so clear if white is better or not, but the game is very complex. Moving on to Nakamura's game, as requested by our faithful viewers. Where is Nakamura hiding? Oh, this is the previous round. I don't know how to get away from this round. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I'll just move from here. So Nakamura is on which board? He's playing black. Where is he? He's hiding in board 19. Okay, so start from scratch. The position is incredibly complex already, but You know what? Let's go to the final position and after, I mean not the final, the current position, and after the game will finish, we'll look at it from the start because this game deserves special attention. So for now, Nakamura is black. Let's see. First of all, I have to count the pieces. So as far as I can tell, black has rook down. No, he's not a rook down. He has both rooks. So he's just 2 pawns up. And he's going to get an exchange. Well, maybe it's not that interesting right now because he has a lot of material and queen h4 is a huge threat. Doesn't look like white has much. So here I believe that white is practically lost already. But let's look at the game because it was the poison pawn. And there have been a lot of intriguing theoretical developments, let's call it theoretical debates in the poison pawn with h6 exactly. I wonder why nobody plays queen b6 anymore. All the top players go h6. If I could only know. Maybe it's one of the sidelines with a3 or something, but still I really wish I would have known. So because in all the games that I've seen by top players recently, queen b6 is just transposed, so everyone starts with h6 and gives white these extra options of playing this bishop f2 move, which is all this complex, incredibly complex middle game. It's insane. Was it a3 first? I think a3, knight c6, bishop f2, queen c7. Something like this. Anyway, Sanal Vahap allows this main line, which I'm not very familiar with. And Nakamura just plays the most logical moves, as far as I can tell. Avoids getting mated. Knight g8 is nice. Grabs all the material that white offers him, and now he's just completely winning. Rook f8 followed by rook g6. This is nasty. Okay, I think this is curtains for white. I think this is nice. A nice game by Nakamura. If anyone can tell me why does all the top players nowadays start with h6 and allow these complex main lines from the game Caruana Nakamura and Nakamura Vashier recently, and not go queen b6 immediately, I would be forever grateful. I almost can't breathe, it's amazing. Okay, so moving on. I think he can resign. And he resigned. Queen f8, rook g6 resigned. So, anything else in mind? Let's see if there's any other game that's worth looking at. Okay, so Carlsen won, Nakamura won. Seems like everything is back to normal. Aronian versus Amin. I think I'll go back to Anand versus Howell and then look at Aronian's game once it's finished. But Anand's game was the most inspiring to me. Okay, for some reason it doesn't show the right round here. So let's look here. Okay, so moving on. Anand Howell after knight d7. What did we miss? Knight f3, bishop z5. I'm guessing he missed it. Yeah, but he also got his pawn, so it doesn't look that bad for white. On the other hand, it might be because now you cannot defend the d5 pawn. So it looks better for black all of a sudden. I don't know. Knight d5 is coming next after the bishop moves. If king d3 there is c2, so it loses. And suddenly we have 10 moves in a row. Okay, bishop c2. Knight d5. Taking here. Okay, it should be a draw with the opposite colored bishops. So, yeah, forget it. forget it. Let's just move to Aronian's game because I find it beautiful, just from what I've seen. I took a glimpse at the opening. So c4, e5, g3, d6, and now after g6, this idea d4 to exploit the fact that black did not put a bishop on g7 yet. If ed, then queen d4. Yeah, now they got this endgame. Aronian is probably quite well prepared here, and now there was a nice tactic later on. More space, so it doesn't want to exchange pieces. Yes, so far it looks interesting, and now this is the nice moment. White played this move. Fantastic. If takes, then e takes probably, and it's much better for white. So black gave up the exchange and tried to build a fortress, but it failed miserably because it's a full exchange, and well, the position is not entirely closed. White just managed to open up the position, and he also has the pair of bishops, and as you can probably see, black resigned here. So overall a great game by Aronian, much appreciated. Tomaszewski Ivanchuk was a hedgehog that they repeated moves. Doesn't really matter, but I'll just show how it started. So okay, this is a very well known theoretical position, and they just followed one of the fashionable lines, and yeah, just started repeating moves. Okay, so anything else that's worth noting? Salem versus Grishuk looks like an interesting game. Vidit beat Artemiev. Okay, let's look at Salem because the game is still in progress. Wow, this is nice. Okay, so white is a pawn down, but he has some chances to survive. So Botvinnik used to say, the great Mikhail Botvinnik, world champion, used to say that knight endgames are like pawn endgames. Whoever has the more active king or the passed pawns, the same principles apply. You should be with an advantage. So if you evaluate this pawn endgame as winning for black, then probably the knight endgame should be winning, if there's nothing too concrete going on. Of course there are more chances, but not nothing too dramatic. So more chances to hold, I mean. So let's look at this endgame. I believe this should be better for black, but I mean much better, but I don't see a move. I don't know. I don't even have a suggestion. Probably h6 to avoid knight f6 check with forking the king and pawn. But also a5 would make a lot of sense. a7 to a5. So I don't know. I don't see any moves being played. I don't see the clocks. Let's move on. Ah, suddenly we have a mega update. So we got this pawn suddenly. Let's see what took place here. a5, like I said, knight b2, knight a4, knight king d6, knight c3. Yeah, I don't think that this white knight can arrive to this a pawn on time. So let's see if there's any other interesting games while you guys verify my claim using your own calculation and not any engine. Okay, Karjakin with the black, still playing. I don't see the game. Anand Howell is just an opposite colored bishops, probably ending a draw. No real upsets in this round. And let's see if I can find Nishi game He's playing interesting chess usually. Or just, okay, let's just follow one of the top boards. We already looked at most of them. UNG versus Fressinet. What is going on? Okay, white has an exchange up. He just played b4. No, it looks completely winning for white. How did they get here? Trumpovsky. What is this? Nothing special other than insane complexity. And yeah, white won an exchange. And for some reason he's just winning. And how did he simplify? Queen e5, and that's it. Simple chess. And now probably black will resign. Yeah, he already have. Already has. Already had. Already have. You already have resigned, I think. My English. So, back to the future. Anything else that's worth noting? Bok is finally stopped by a 2800 rapid player, Dominguez. So Bok is doing a very good job so far, upsetting every single opponent. Okay, I'm starting to feel tired, probably because I'm sick. Normally I'm not tired in these hours. Any other game? Okay, Anand Howell has a lot of views, but it's already agreed to a draw. Okay. Karjakin, for some reason I cannot see. Let's see if it works on this side. Karjakin is playing on the black piece with the black pieces. Where is he? Grandelius made a draw with Bortnik, two talented young players. Karjakin against... No, the game wasn't broadcast for some reason. It was a problem. So how many players have 3 out of 3? Currently 5 players. So Korobov managed to beat low-rated opponents. Vidit managed to beat 2 higher-rated opponents. So let's have a look at Vidit Artemiev. UNG beat low-rated opponents as well. Okay, beat Fressinet? No, but I was sure that UNG was black. Oh, he was white against Fressinet. So the Trumpovsky was played by UNG with white. Nice. Okay, Aronian beat low-rated opponents. And Grishuk as well. Nice. Okay, so let's look at Vidit versus Artemiev. 5 leaders with 3 out of 3 at the moment. And I'm as hungry as I ever was, with no food in this apartment other than another mandarin. So I'll probably survive for 2 more rounds and then go eat somewhere. So let's see. So far they're following some well-known line. It's considered to be a decent line for black. I don't see anything dramatic taking place, but maybe black already went wrong, because he seemed to have wasted a few moves, and his rook is completely out of play. Yeah, and he trapped, and it got trapped, so he's an exchange down. And now bishop takes b5 is just completely crushing, and he resigned. Not a great game for Artemiev, and I don't really understand this middle game, so I don't feel like delving too deep. I think I'll take another very short break before the next round. I will leave the stream, let the stream remain active, let's say, and maybe in the meantime remind the viewers that in this particular round Carlsen went back with a win against Enriquez. This was a very nice tactic at the end. So for those who didn't see it, I'll try to avoid showing the solution, but yeah, I didn't try to avoid showing the solution. Queen c5, rook f1, yeah. Here, black played queen a5, attacking the knight on a4. Yeah, and this rook hf1 is just a fantastic move, exploiting the fact that there are two pieces between the rooks, so there is not enough time to connect them. And the f-file is proved to be lethal, and just decided the game in white's favor. So, any other tactics in mind? I'm thinking, this game I didn't see, right? For some reason I cannot see it either. Not only that I didn't watch it, it's not here. Okay, so the round is not finished. There's some games still in progress. Some games are still in progress, and well, which one is the most interesting? Let's look at this one. Zhigalko Sergei with white against Buk Xiangji. And why would white be winning? Doesn't look winning. What? a4? Rook c4? What? Ah, black is winning. Okay, I'm confused. So they had this interesting middle game that got to this end game that looked okay for white, and then he played a4 because he was passive, and now he's probably in deep trouble. So doesn't make sense. Rook takes c6, and then suddenly here he was lost. It doesn't feel like black should be winning in this position. Probably this idea to go rook c8 was wrong. He misevaluated this endgame. So I'll just put this position on the board. Okay, those who watched with us all the way from the beginning of this round probably will recognize the solution, but I will let you think while I take a short break. And for those who did not see it, so okay, I believe this is the position. So white to play, Aronian is white, feel free to take a moment to think. I'll be back soon. Hi, I'm back. Not so much updates in the tournament. So the solution, for those who probably saw it by now, is knight to d5, threatening two different things: knight c7 check and knight takes e5. C takes d5, e takes d5 should be in white's favor. So black decided to give the exchange and lost eventually. So round number 4 is not going to start because we still have a game going on. But to be honest, one of the problems with spontaneous streams that I did not prepare accordingly. I didn't really eat proper lunch beforehand. So I'm thinking, what should I do? I do want to get the last 2 rounds going, but I'm not sure how. Maybe I'll just feast, if this is how you pronounce it. When you don't eat for a long period of time. Is it called feast or fasting? Fasting? I'm not sure. So let's see the ending between Adli and Melkumian. Sure. George Rossini, I'll comply to your request. So Adli versus Melkumian. They're still playing. Wow. Thanks for offering. Not so bad. So, in case it will not show it, let me see. Come on, where is it? Oh, they also have the women tournament. I almost forgot, but please excuse me if I only follow the men's event. I'm not chauvinistic or anything, I just feel like following the strongest games by rating. And Carlsen happens to be on the men's side. I also don't understand why in some tournaments they put the men and women events side by side and then commentate equally on both. I think it's incredibly unfair for the viewers, and I think there should be separate events, and whoever wants to watch the women events, I don't know, should watch it separately. We shouldn't be forced to watch every single game being played just because we want women to have equality. And that's just my opinion. I hope nobody's too offended by it. It's not like I want to watch men playing chess. I want to watch the best players. If you can have Judith Polgar or Hui Fan versus some other strong player, man or woman, I would watch. But you got the point, I hope. So this looks winning for black, but where is the actual game? This is from round 3. Should be here. Okay, here is the game finally, but for some reason I don't see it. Okay, finally I have the position. So, no updates. As far as I can see, there are no updates for the moment. But it feels completely lost for white. He has to play rook a1. Then just simply king f3 and knight e3 and you can resign. I think he resigned in this position, but let's look at the game while we're at it. Okay, so far regular opening. Oh, my computer is a little bit stuck. Excuse me about it. Okay, so far Nukumian is following one of the most theoretical lines, a5, knight h4, a4, f4. Wow. Okay, very interesting position emerged. Queen a6, b5, sacrificing the exchange. Wow, not so bad. Black has some nice counterplay. Great compensation for the exchange. And now these two passed pawns here, which translated to two passed pawns on the other side. King h6 is a very nice move. Now he got two pieces. And now he sacrificed the bishop for the pawn on e5, not to lose the pawn on f7. And wow, he managed to win this ending. h4 was probably a big mistake. How did he manage to trick him? Somehow knight f5, he got knight f5 in. I don't understand how. So probably here in this position white should just go king f4 and keep waiting, and instead this was a blunder allowing knight f5, and now you're lost. So this position shouldn't have been winning for black, and now black just slowly pushed the pawns, slowly but surely. He found the right plan and got all the pawns up the board. Yeah, knight e3, g3 and resigned. Okay, so interesting endgame, but should have been just a simple draw. It looks funky with 3 pawns, but it wasn't that instructive in my opinion. Just a blunder by white. So anything else that the viewers want to see? Someone here has in mind? Lushanglei versus Vashier maybe? Let's have a look. I don't understand where did all the games disappear. At least the round finished, right? Okay, soon we will have round 4 and round 5 taking place. In the meantime, this is the final position where white resigned. Feel free to check, to have a look at it and understand why, while I'm checking the result of the Israeli tournament mentioned above. I'm very curious to see who won the tournament. So for some reason they do not update. Okay, so how do I show you the game? Okay, so far this is more or less normal position, and Vashier pulled out this nice tactic with knight h5 to get free. And now, all of the pieces are coming to hunt white. He's a pawn up, 93. You got a second pawn. Takes and knight b6. Okay, not such an interesting game in my view. I want to fix my phone. There is a store that will close in like an hour, and I'm thinking of like going there real quick. But then I won't have time. I will leave my phone there and the store will be closed by the time I finish the stream. It's very complicated to stream while trying to do some normal things in life. Some arrangements. So, no update regarding the tournament. I wish people would have updated on chess results a bit more consistently. So, what do we have now? Just buy a new phone. No, the phone is not broke. Just it's hard to charge it with the current charger. I'm not sure if the problem is with the phone or with the charger. That's when the store comes in. They should tell me what's the problem. They should fix it, take away some of my money, and say goodbye. But to reach the store is the most difficult part. It's a great phone, by the way. Made by Google. So far I enjoyed using it, but having a charger issues can really mess up your life. I'm sure most of you know what I'm talking about. Whether it's a phone or a laptop or whatever. Exactly. Jason Garza. Put some money emoticons in the chat. So many challenges. Streaming spontaneously is not the greatest of ideas. We're waiting for the next round to begin. Carlsen will play black against Diego Flores. Hope I'm pronouncing it right. So, what can I say? I gotta eat. I gotta fix my phone. Both things cannot be done within the next 2 hours. Wow. Okay, guys. It's decided. It's decided. I don't care what you think. I don't care what the consequences will be. But I have a life. I have a YouTube channel. They collide. I will eat the cake and leave it whole. Dance on 2 weddings, as they say. I'm putting my shoes on. I'm gonna fix my phone. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to get everything going well, and in the meantime you will have this particular, let's call it, this particular game going on in front of you. I'll put some music so you won't be too disappointed, and I'll be back. That's the plan. I'll be back. It's not about the viewers. Someone in the chat is saying that 120 viewers watching us live are not enough. For me, even if one person is watching, it's lovely. Even if no one is watching, for me it's nice to just look at the games and learn. But right now I have some obstacles I need to fight my way through before proceeding. So I will leave this page here. Hopefully the game will start at some point and you won't be too disappointed. I'll get some music going. I hope it won't be the worst thing on the planet. And those of you who will stay will get to see a more energetic version of me. Okay. So here we go. Put it here. Okay. This is not the sound I was expecting to hear. Wow, this is lovely sound. Okay, I think now it's better. Okay, great. So, I'm going to fix my phone. I'll be back before the end of this round, and I'll get, after the round, I'm gonna get the phone back before the store will close. That's the plan. Good luck. And may the best man win, meaning Carlsen. So, hopefully some of you will stick with us and watch it for now. And I'll leave the camera on so you can see if anyone breaks into my apartment. Welcome back, everyone who were not here. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. And, well, we have a position in front of us. Unlike the previous situation where I left. I wonder how long it took before we started making moves, but position is very interesting looking. What can I say even? So, believe it or not, but on my way to the store and back, first of all, my phone is fixed, so I know you're all very glad. And secondly, on my way, I was looking at the game from my phone. So I'll just quickly mention that they play the Slav defense from the 1c4 move order. You can leave the music a little bit. And now, in this position, this is a very fashionable variation of the Slav defense, mainly popularized in the match between Gelfand and Anand in 2012. It was Anand's main weapon with black. And now b3, bishop b4, followed by bishop d6 back. In this particular game, for some reason, yeah, only now bishop d6 back, because white has this tactical trap of knight takes d5, which wins a pawn, I believe. So, therefore, bishop d6 was played, rook c1. So far, I don't remember the theory, but it should be something along these lines. It seems more or less correct, but c5 is a move I haven't seen before, followed by e4. And this is very complex. I cannot say that it favors either side, but I mean, white is probably playing for advantage, but it's hard to say. Just judging by the fact that he went to e7 and back, probably Carlsen does not know the theory here by heart, and he confused something. So this looks slightly better for white, in my opinion. And yeah, this is the position on the board. I agree with Madhav Gopakumar. White looks better here. Yeah, and it's not the best outcome for Carlsen from the opening, because he already has only 50% after 3 rounds, which is terrible for him. Assuming he wants to win the event, and he needs at least 11 points, I think. So losing a point and a half already in the first 2 rounds was a big hit. So here, after bishop e6, he's playing black. He wants to win, but it's not going to be easy. He's playing against a very decent grandmaster from Argentina, and yeah. His main hope, I think, is to maintain the complexity and reach time pressure sometime soon. So, I wonder how long was I gone? Maybe 20 minutes? So, anyway, I feel like in this position, white shouldn't have too much trouble, but it's difficult to find the correct path to proceed, because this d pawn on d5, this isolated pawn, is not blockaded. Normally there's a pawn on e3 and it's blockaded and cannot move forward, but here, when the time is right, this pawn can march forward and start some activity for black. Knight d5 and knight c3 maybe at some point. So basically, white also has to be slightly careful, and this knight on a4 doesn't have a lot of squares to jump to. So I would suggest for white to just somehow regroup. Queen d1 looks like a decent way to start the regroupment or regrouping. Yeah, maybe once queen e1, attacking the bishop and preparing bishop a5. I guess we'll see soon. But the position is very solid for white, that's for sure. Grishuk and Naka. Interesting game, according to Amera Sajid. Hope I didn't mispronounce it too badly. So I'll have a quick look on the other monitor before checking it here because we will follow Carlsen for as long as it takes. I mean, the position is not that boring, it's just quite static. So, round 4. Grishuk versus Korobov, Nakamura versus Amin. Already reached an endgame where black is pawn up. That's quite remarkable. Wow. Black is a pawn up. Nakamura with the white is probably not going to win. Oh, this is not going in Nakamura's way. And Grishuk so far with 100% playing white against Anton Korobov. Okay, we'll look at it soon enough once the game is finished. Seems like a very important game for the overall standings and a very interesting position as well, so we'll stick to Carlsen and then move to this one later. Okay, Queen h4 and 94. Once again we have a bunch of moves in a row. So 94, Bishop e3, Queen h4. Okay, so black has some aggressive setup, seems to have trying to generate some counterplay quite successfully. Probably next are rook d8 and d4 if possible. It's not so easy to play with white, especially having only half of Carlsen's time and approaching time pressure very, very quickly. So I don't know why I was so much in white's favor. Suddenly it feels a bit problematic for white to make a move. So what could it be? Queen f3. It's hard to suggest a move. I feel like white has not done a great job so far in this, after reaching this position, which felt better after rook e1 queen d8 especially. This moment felt like white should be better. Maybe he shouldn't have released the tension, just played b4 and a3, and black doesn't have any way to release without giving up something, because the one who takes first in the center usually is giving up something. In principle, the one who releases the tension. So I don't know, just feels like somehow white should have been better. I don't know. So this position, just wanted to state that here, okay, this still feels slightly better for white, and maybe knight a4 was the beginning of playing in the wrong direction, because black shouldn't be allowed to play bishop e6, knight e4, queen h4 so easily. Maybe I can start with rook e1, put the rook on the open file, attack the bish, you move, then somehow improve my pieces in the center. b4 also, and then, I don't know, somehow put this bishop on d4. If I could get this, white will definitely be better. And this should have been the way to play for white. Knight a4 is probably incorrect. Queen d1, another passive move, allows knight e4. Carlsen immediately takes action. Yeah, now seems like he's already in quite serious time pressure. Yeah, assuming that the stream is correct. So and by the way, all Hayon, please don't share engine evaluations with us. There's a reason I don't check with an engine. I could do it in the press of a button, so it's not like you're helping me. I try to prevent it on purpose so that I can make mistakes. Don't prevent me from evaluating the position wrongfully. Yeah. So I would like to. I will check the games with an engine afterwards, but first, the entire stream I want to just be allowed to make mistakes. Okay, so some moves, another chunk of moves took place in a row. By the way, do you guys like the music? The fact that I left it here? Feel free to mention if you don't. I won't be offended. It's not, I didn't compose it. In fact, it was Adrian von Ziegler. So, in your face, YouTube credits. I did give credit in the video, but you probably wouldn't, the automatic program wouldn't tell because I have to do it in writing in the description. But there is no way to make it work. So goodbye video monetization and 2 cents that I might have gotten from this particular stream. So George Rosini mentions that Queen D1 was slightly passive and maybe Rook E1 was better. Yeah, I agree. Even better a move earlier, as I said. Knight A4 I think was the beginning of moving in the wrong direction. But okay, C6 makes sense to exchange this pawn and now attack C6. It's not so easy. And black played D4. Ah, but now F2 is hanging. Oh, he missed this relatively simple tactic. So what can you do now? This doesn't look good for white. Oh my god, he just missed it. So decent GMs fall like cards in the wind against Magnus. On a normal day. For some reason Pantzulaya managed to beat Magnus, but I don't know. Usually he eats these people for breakfast, even though they are probably higher rated than me. I wouldn't mind saying so. And oh, what a lovely finish. So let's have a look at the actual position move by move. Queen C2, DE, Bishop E4, and Queen takes Rook D8, Rook A6, Queen E4, resigned. Lovely finish for a not so lovely game from White's point of view, but that's one of the psychological effects of playing against Magnus. It's difficult to be at your best shape. And kudos to Levan Pantzulaya, who managed to keep the pressure and play good moves all throughout the game, despite the obvious nerves of playing against the world champion. So, and probably the best player in history. Moving on. So I wanted to go to the game by, was it Grishuk or Obov? Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look. This is called the Queen's Indian. Normally Bishop A6 is the fashionable variation with the main ideas. And yeah, now I receive a phone call from an unidentified number, but I will not pick up because I'm streaming. I only take long breaks to go to the phone store. Okay. And maybe to eat a banana. Yes, a missed call. Let me show. You can see? Hopefully you can. I'll just make sure. You don't see it now. I have a missed call on behalf of this stream. Great stuff. Maybe this unidentified number was the call that wanted to inform me that I won the lottery, even though I didn't fill up a form. So that's how important the stream is to me. Okay, so far I should probably look at this with more attention. So this move d5 is not typical move here for black. Usually they go bishop f6 or some f5 related ideas. Exchange the knight for one of these pieces. So d5 cd ed means that black wants to play for a win. and tries to get an unbalanced position. But these positions are generally considered to be better for white. Black is very aggressive with g5, queen f6. Knight, queen a4, attacking a7, knight d2, knight e4. Okay, it looks like black managed to trick white. Grishuk is not in his best position possible. Slightly worse, endgame. But e4 is hanging, but I don't know. It's hard to follow. Rook e8 probably, followed by rook e3. And well, black is still a pawn up. Something went wrong for Grishuk, which is quite unlike him, especially in this time control. So I want to see more updates. Where's the game? So I feel like g5 was a very, very strong move by black. And from that moment, like, he took over the initiative. But can he follow through with the initiative and demonstrate his famous technique? Korobov is known to be a very powerful positional player, especially with a slight edge. So yeah, no update so far. I have a feeling that more or less here, yeah, rook f5, Grishuk probably missed this tactic, rook takes d4. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone for it, he just loses a pawn. Seems like his position was almost fine back then. And now, yeah, this is hard to evaluate, but looks like white is struggling for equality, which he might not achieve. He may not, he might not. Korobov's technique is quite remarkable. No update for a while. Okay, so black keeps improving his position. Rook e5 was the obvious move. I didn't mention it, but it feels obvious because rook c5 there's rook takes d5 and bishop c6. So you have to go back. Now f5, king f6, and black has a pawn up and more active pieces. It should be enough for a win, but I guess we'll see. Grishuk is a very powerful defender, especially in time pressure. So, but this position is very difficult to play even for the very best players. So, yes. So what can I say? Grishuk is thinking. I think I'll move to the game Ivanchuk versus Vidit. Just look at this position. it's remarkable. Always knight and 3 pawns versus a rook in this tournament. How did we even get here? Like, when was the exchange sacrifice taking place? Wow, very early. Ivanchuk is a beast. Okay, let me show how they reached this position, and then we'll look at this. This looks winning for white, so just show how we reached it, the opening. So normal, not so normal, but very creative type of Karjakin by Ivanchuk with white, trying to outplay his young opponent in an endgame, and he gets the pair of bishops, and now knight b6, and his opponent fell for quite a nice trap. I'll demonstrate it in a moment. So here, after knight b6, knight takes e5, and now if the idea for black was knight fd7, and if knight takes d7 then knight takes c4 check. Very nice trap by black. Unfortunately, rook takes d7 is very powerful, and now 2 pawns for the exchange is quite a large advantage for white. Knight e6, knight g7, yeah, and then they got this ending which looks almost harmless, but Ivanchuk is a master at winning harmless looking positions, and this is one of the good examples of his skills. Okay, sorry for the lag, but I don't know what to do about it. So just push, knight d4, nice tactic, and now he's thinking. Okay, resigned. So he calculated all the way until the end, and he decided to go for this line here with just knight f5 defending, b6 and e6, and Vidit resigned. Wonderful game by Vasily Ivanchuk, who I wish would spend all of his time on chess and will not keep himself busy with other challenges like checkers or poetry or whatever. His brain is too wonderful to be invested in non-chess related things. That's just my perspective. So let's see. I wish he could just analyze openings all day long and come up with new concepts and creative ideas, either for himself or for one of the top players. So back to the we had a nice game we were watching earlier. It was Grishuk-Korobov. Let's go back. Let's see if Grishuk managed to hold the position a little bit. So now king e3 on the board. If rook takes b2, he will be 2 pawns down. Let's see how it got there. After king, black played some move with the king. King f6, yeah. So here, h3, bishop d3. Yeah, rook a5, and now a3, rook b5, and he lost a pawn. So rook c3 was probably a big mistake. And now king e5, wow, and he resigned. He doesn't even take b2 so quickly. Lovely move, king e5. Fantastic game by Korobov, who's leading the tournament with 4 out of 4. Probably the only leader, as far as I can see. Yeah. Korobov rightfully leading the tournament with such a fantastic win with black against Alexander Grishuk. Any other games that you guys would want me to look at? So let's see. Borisek Nair. Okay, let's have a look. So Nair is playing black. Taimanov defense. Queen f3, bishop d6, one of the main lines these days. So far it looks good for white, but also for black. Yeah, black is probably better. What's going on? What a game! What a game! Wow, rook f8, f6. Who's attacking? Probably white. Now he probably doesn't want to draw. But queen f1 is there, so king g2. And white goes rook e5 and h6. Rook d4. Threatening rook g4. And just lost the queen. Yes. Just completely lost. Wow, such a nice attack. So somewhere around here, this move f6 followed by this idea. It's just winning for white probably. But the opening I find quite interesting what they did. This move bishop d6 is considered to be the most challenging line, and now g3 is correct, I think. b5, yeah, knight takes c6 is a relatively rare move, and yeah, they both seem quite well prepared for this game. This position is, I think, very nice looking and very interesting game. Thanks for mentioning it. Okay, so anything else? Is the round finished? Yeah, we're already getting ready for round 5. Aronian made a draw with Yu and Gi. I wonder how. Let's have a quick look until the round starts. Just a draw. Okay. Nothing too remarkable. The opening was the anti-martial. Aronian was very well prepared, but he played bishop c5 and not d5, which usually does in this position. Quite interesting. I believe usually they go something like d5. Ah no, white goes d4, not d3. Ah no, so here not bishop c5, the main line is normally d6, bishop e6, okay. Yeah, so just a regular play by both players and a very logical draw. Okay, so round 5 will start soon. It's scheduled to start in less than a minute, but probably won't happen. I'm quite hungry. As I mentioned, I did fix the phone, but I did not get anything to eat. So I wonder. be able to hold myself much longer, so I'll go to eat in like 40 minutes. So once Carlsen's game is finished on round 5, I'll have to ditch the stage. Very professional of me. So what else do we have? Do we have anything else interesting taking place? Some games are still in progress, so I don't understand why would there be a new round without pairings. So Panculaya Tomaszewski, let's just have a quick look. Levan Panculaya is having a very, very nice tournament with 3 out of 4 against all higher rated opponents. Nipom, Nishi, Carlsen, Yakovenko and Tomaszewski. Beating Yakovenko with black after beating Carlsen with white. Not so bad. Georgian player Levan Panculaya, so far with the tournament of his life in my opinion. In only 4 rounds against like almost 20 rating points. So this is his game against Tomaszewski. If it wasn't clear, they just repeated moves. I don't like this game. No fighting spirit. So Inarkiev versus Li Chao. I love Inarkiev, I love Li Chao. Both are tremendously strong and creative players. The current European champion is Ernesto Inarkiev. Following one of the main lines in this g3 against the Grunfeld. Black gives up a pawn and gets some initiative. Yeah, and Black just got the a pawn marched up the board. That's just completely lost. It's just completely finished. White tried to build a fortress, but in vain. Yes, very easy technical win. So, nice variation by Black. For those who play it, it might be interesting to check. So here in this position, in this particular move order, instead of the regular move Knight b6 followed by Knight c6, Black goes c5 and Queen a5. Gives up this kind of small minor weakness, but just sacrifices the pawn for activity. I wonder if it's objectively correct. If it is, then I have a new weapon for Black. Beware future opponents. So, let's see. Oh, everything is draw. Okay, I can't look at this. Score sheets. It's not called score sheet. It's called scoreboard. Everyone makes a draw. Melk is beating Kwaparadze. Giga Kwaparadze lost to Hrant Melkumian. And Grandelius lost to Artemiev. Grandelius only gets young opponents, it's amazing. The oldest guy he played was probably Karjakin. Let's see. Ah, he played against Driev also. No, but now he's back to 50% after beating Karjakin. That's a pity. So the London system, just normal stuff. Niels is playing some active setup. And then gets this pawn structure. Apologies for the lag, I don't know why it happens. Bishop c4. What a nice move. Bishop f1 followed by bishop c4. I'm sure white missed this idea. And rook d5 and knight g5. Exchange sacrifices in this rapid tournament are a very common theme. And now slowly building up his position. He sacrificed the pawn also. And got the exchange back. This is lovely stuff. Knight c4. And if rook moves, knight d6. I don't understand. Maybe just knight d6 and knight f4. That's the point. So just got the exchange. Still pair of bishops for a pawn. But Artemiev proved to have a wonderful technique. It's lagging, sorry again. Can't understand. And yeah, then he lost the b6 pawn and resigned. Wow, a great game. So, do we have round 5? No pairings, come on. I hate it when someone from the last boards is playing and just what's the word? Delaying the pairings for everyone. Especially when it's rook and bishop against rook and it's just never ending. The never ending ending. Okay. So, where's the game? I just saw it. Okay, here. So, I spoke about talented players from Iran that are, let's call it, slowly taking over the chess world. Hopefully for them, I would like them to, everyone to improve as fast as possible. So there's this young guy who plays here. I saw his game continues. This one. So Parham Magshudlu. He's very young. I'm not sure, like 16 or something, and his regular rating is like 2590 or something. And here, I don't know why it says this rating, because over here you could have seen something else. I don't know. Anyway, his level is insane. Only 16 years old and almost 2600. Belongs among the very best of talents. So, the position looks like a draw, but I guess I have to have a closer look. What's going on? So, if g takes h5, then bishop g3. Who's playing for what? I'm not sure. Okay, let's look what happened a few moves ago. So, they exchanged rooks. White is trying to win, I don't know. The pawn endgame should be winning for white, but... So he's trying to push somehow. And he got a pawn. And now if bishop g3, bishop h6, white will be probably better. Or will he? Wait, let me see. Bishop g3, bishop h6, I just protect. How can white even try? I think it's just a draw. King e7, bishop e5, just a dead draw. So... Because you cannot really attack the pawn. Maybe it's not a draw, I don't know. Because theoretically you could, like, just bring the bishop. No, not like this, sorry. Maybe from here. Bishop f8, bishop somewhere, let's say, whatever. And now, like, bring the king to e6. And then eventually put the king on d5 and play bishop d4. But if I get the king to f7, there's nothing else you can do anymore. So it's just a draw. So maybe black tries to push with h5, because now I don't understand how could they have so much time on the clock. It's probably incorrect. But now if gh, bishop g3, black has this passed pawn. So, but it should be just a draw, yeah? Here g4, for example h7, king f7, just exchanging everything sooner or later. Okay, so I don't understand what I'm looking at. Is this game still going? Okay, so Karjakin lost with white to Nguyen, and so this game Dubo versus Makshudlu. I think it's just a draw. I don't understand why the game proceeds. Anyway, I wish to see the pairing already. I want to eat. I'm hungry. Just one moment, I'll stop the music. So in the official site they have like more or less somewhere between 11 and 12,000 viewers watching, so we're slowly getting there. I hope you liked the view, the side view of my ear while I was checking it. So, what can I say? This is a draw, and we have... Do we have an update? I don't understand. Something is wrong. No pairings. No fifth round. I'm so hungry. Come on. Do something. Organizers. Don't sit there and wait. Oh, we have a game? Wojtaszek. He's still playing? No, he won. This looks nice actually. Let's see how it arose. Wow, but Wojtaszek likes this sideline. Then d takes c5. Taking with the knight. Just playing this relatively calm position. Nice tactics. Nice tactics. Wow. Radoslav Wojtaszek. I'm sure I mispronounced it. Great player. Especially in the opening, but nonetheless in all the rest of the areas as well. Tactics, endgames, whatever. Everything. Technique. Nerves. Whatever you come up with, he's probably got it. Lovely game. Especially looking harmless. And I heard that he was probably on the team, on Anand's team, yeah? Vishwanathan Anand in the World Championship or something. So it's funny because Carlsen and Karjakin had this position more or less. And it looked harmless in the game, but after dc5 here, and just the only difference is knight here and bishop here. Probably this bishop here also. And it's enough to cause a lot of troubles for black in practice. e4 was so nice with rook d7. Great stuff. So all the games are finished. There's nothing, no reason to wait, no reason to hold on. And the only thing I want to do is to eat. I don't have food in my apartment. Oh man. I lack energy, but I will not give up. Never. Standings. Good question. Let's check the standings. So only one player with 4 out of 4, Anton Korobov, who beat Grishuk with black with a very nice game. 4 are chasing him, Yuyan Gi and Li Chao, 2 Chinese players, Aronian and Ivanchuk, Armenian and Ukrainian. So we have 2 Ukrainians in the top 5. And 3.5 out of 4. Who would have thought it would be so difficult to have 3.5 out of 4 in this tournament? And we have pairings, Carlsen versus Inarkiev. That's gonna be a lovely game. Let's hope it will start soon. So I apologize in advance, but the moment this game ends, I'm going to eat. I'm not gonna stick until the end of the round. And you'll probably meet me tomorrow for the next event. The next round. Round 6 until 10 of the Rapid Championship. We have 15 rounds overall, 3 days. So we will meet soon enough. So it's gonna be in about 20 hours from now, for those who are wondering and are here with us. December 27th, my 14 p.m. 2 p.m. I live in Tel Aviv. I'm not sure what it is for you guys. Probably something like 11 a.m. GMT, if I'm not wrong. Probably something like 4 a.m. PST, if I'm not wrong. We'll see. So yes. So, still no results from the Israeli tournament that I've been so willing to know. I'll send a message to one of my friends who participated. Okay, waiting for the next round to start. Come on! Come on! No time! Come on! Ah! 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 I'll be back. No, it's not like this. I'll be back. Still some work to do, especially when I'm sick. So, take some water and splash it on your face, Tal. That's a good advice, but I'm hungry. I'm not tired. I'll get some food once they make some moves. Come on. Don't know what to do. Wow, so many people in the chat who are not people probably copy pasting messages about jobs in India, that if you can work from home you get some this and that rupees a month. I wonder how they got to my stream. How these automated messages I saw like 10 different users posting 10 different rupee craze messages. Okay, so come on, I need to do something good. I have to. The round must start. Come on, it's not fair. It's just not fair to keep everyone hungry like this. Even the players are probably hungry. Just let everyone play. Let us play. Round 5. Come on. Oh. Organizing these events shouldn't be so hard. You just like you insert the results, you put the pairings, have the people sitting, ask them to make the moves, go home, get paid. Don't sit and wait for 10 minutes after each action. I don't know what to do anymore. Come on. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine. It is never going to end. The song that's supposed to be 2 hours that I started in the middle, like beginning of the 4th round, is about to finish. It will end before the round will even start. How could it take almost 2 hours for like 1 round to go? It's 15 plus 5, I don't get it. Even if it's 100 moves, I'm going to calculate. 15 minutes is, for each is 30 minutes total. 5 seconds increment, 100 moves is more or less 500 seconds each. So 1000 seconds, which is like another 10 minutes. So plus another like, let's say 7 minutes. So I'll give you 20. So you get 50 minutes per round. How could it take almost 2 hours? What's wrong? Do they have a power breakdown or however they call it? I'll check it on Google Translate in the free time that I have. Power outage, blackout, I don't know. Outage.
Power
outage. Power outage. Who would have thought this is how you say it in English? So. Oh my god. Okay, I if it doesn't start in the next 10 minutes, I'm probably going to leave. I just have no choice, I mean. I didn't come here to... I want to learn chess. I didn't come just to sit and wait. The only time where I'm willing to sit and wait is when it's my opponent's move. And then I'm also calculating. Okay, if I wasn't hungry, everything would look differently. I would have just looked at the entirety of the games. But I just want the game to start, please. Please, 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 please. Okay, should I like try solving a Rubik's Cube in the meantime? Should have it somewhere here. It was here. I think I lost it. Is this the right one? It's not the right one. Okay, I'll find the Rubik's Cube. It's decided. I'm going to find it now. Okay, here we go. Okay, so as you can see, I'm not going to teach anyone because I have no idea how to solve it. But this is a Rubik's Cube. I managed to solve the first layer, the orange one. And as you can see, the first line is all set with the center. So I am very close. All I have to do now is to get these things, to get 2 layers. Probably some of you know the method, but I want to solve it. So I have no idea how to do it, but I will figure it out before the round even starts. So the thing about this Rubik's Cube is that once I move some things here, it will ruin the first layer down there. So maybe maybe... What is this? All this... What? So many Indian usernames, Indian sounding, are writing these messages here. I have no idea why or how they get here. But they should join us and try to solve this cube. So, if I move something and then go back, then it should change something at the top without ruining the bottom. That's what I think, at least. So, I have no idea. It's called algorithms, but I have no idea which ones are working. But I had this brilliant idea of solving it without checking with an engine. If this is how you pronounce it. Because you can check the method online, but it's just like looking at the game with an engine. So I want to actually use my brain to fix this cube. So some people are saying that they think there's only 4 rounds today. But they already have pairings for the 5th round. And they said that it was supposed to start 30 minutes ago, according to schedule. You can see it here, right here. I'm not lying. You can see it right here. It's written down. It's written down. It's right there. It's right there. It was supposed to be great. It's not. It was gonna be fantastic. No, it's not like this. It was gonna be fantastic. It was gonna be great. I was supposed to be very, very rich by now. But nothing is happening. Just look at their emails. Come on. There's nothing to do. I'm feeling broken inside. I don't know what happened, but I changed something in this situation. I'm gonna solve it. They have a position! Of course, they just burst into the 8th move. And I just managed to ruin the cube instead of solving it. But at least they got around before I started solving. So, what can I do? I'm thinking maybe I can just start looking at the game. But in 9 minutes I hope they will finish. They better finish with a win for someone. Okay, so let's look. The Italian. Carlsen is going with the Italian. Gucco Piano. And now, rookie 1. Which is considered one of the main lines here. Now in Kiev we'll probably castle or we'll go h6. Those are the two common moves. Come on, it's on. Let's see if there's update about the game. Round 5 is right there. Everyone wants to watch. Okay. Kiev is thinking. Of course he does. I wish you could just reduce everyone's time by half right about now. $97 on the board. So another burst of moves. H6, knight a3, castle, knight c2, knight e7. So far we're following one of the most trendy lines. I have no idea how or why this became so popular recently. But it was introduced in the candidates about 10 months ago. It's a4 followed by knight a3, knight c2. And everyone was so excited about it. Just to put some piece on e3 and say, look at me, I got an edge. I escaped the main lines. And well, computers thought that it's better to evaluate it as equal than anything else. But the players have something in mind, but they will not write an article or reveal what it might be. Just like in the poison pawn without h6. Nobody will say. They will just continue to do this without any reasoning that for us mortals to understand. And now Carlsen is the one thinking. Someone is asking where is the championship going on. You can find all the details down in the description. It's in Qatar, in Doha or Doha. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Someone's saying the board must be adjusted. I apologize for it. You're right. Thank you for mentioning. Yes. We can see. The board is a little too high. We are unable to see the 8th rank. You don't need the 8th rank. All you need is to understand that this is the Italian. 97, bishop e3, takes, knight takes, c6. This is the theoretical line that now everyone is debating day and night. Yeah. So what can I say? I feel really challenged. Okay, this game will be over soon enough, and I'll just go out and grab something to eat. Let's see if what I did in the phone store actually worked. While you're waiting, I'll bring the charger, the new one. Taking care of bees. New charger. Let's see if it will work out. If I will be able to charge my phone before too late. So I cannot charge my phone, so everything is back to normal. Lovely. So I left you guys here alone in vain. Not even achieve anything. Inchargeable. Come on. At least we have one move every 2 minutes, like the World Championship, right? Okay. So. Whoa. Okay, I succeeded, but it wasn't easy. I had to play with it for like a minute just to get it charged. Now I hope all of you appreciate your chargers and the fact that you have clean air to breathe. All the simple things in life. You don't need to worry about the Gucco piano. It's just a position. So, almost got electrocuted in the process, by the way. So, nothing special, right? A5 is the main idea, to fix the queen side and then play something like this. I can't say I understand anything that's going on, but you can see why this position is popular. It's very, very difficult to understand. Now Carlsen is thinking. So what can I even say about this position? I don't understand what either side has been doing. Okay, Carlsen is probably slightly more pleasant because all his pawns are on dark squares and these pawns are on light squares. But I mean, this knight is slightly misplaced. It might be strong, but knight e8 followed by some f6. So f3 tries to hit the center while he can, so that after knight e8 he has fe4. That's my assumption. So prevents the knight movement. And yeah, now black has to come up with a good idea. But fe is a very strong threat, because now if fe and you take with the knight, I have knight takes d5, so maybe you have to take. But then queen takes, white should be slightly better. I'm gonna play the Italian probably soon enough, after looking at all these games. Yeah. So my phone is being charged. I'm so proud. Life is good here, and they already been thinking forever. So each one, we have at least 20 to 30 minutes for this round. And of course I wanted to leave like 2 minutes ago, according to schedule, to get some early lunch. Not feeling like analyzing this position right now. Could you please flip the board? No. I would like to look at the white side on this game. Another Indian job? Come on. I already signed, like, I'm practically a millionaire by now. Wow. So many part-time jobs in India that you can work from home and get rupees per month. That's insane. I count at least 12 of them by now. Wow. At least it helps pass the time. Who is leading the tournament? Great question. The answer is Anton Korobov. Let me show. You will not see the board for a moment. See over here? Anton Korobov 4 out of 4. He beat a low-rated guy, Rustam Husnutdinov. Then he beat Adiban with black. Then he beat Darini Poria with white and Grishuk with black. Not so bad so far. Back to the position. I need to make a quick phone call. Excuse me for the delay. Sorry, so now we have some tactics on the board. Yeah, finished dealing with the phone. I hope everyone is proud of me. I'm going to a restaurant to eat with a coupon, half the price, like a boss. So 95, 97, f3 is what we saw, bishop e6. And now fe 94 and knight takes g5. If bishop takes d5, then c4, and then you lose some material? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe I take here. You have to take with the queen, and now c4, and then rook e4, so I win a pawn. Okay, so this is good. So knight d5 is a tactic that Aronian missed, and now it's gonna be a pawn down. You can say that now it looks really bad for him, and hopefully Carlsen will not take his time to convert and just play really quickly, and the game will be finished within the next 10 minutes in Carlsen's favor, and he will have 3.5 out of 5 after a very unsuccessful first 2 rounds and a decent 3 consecutive rounds afterwards. So what can I even say? Aronian is thinking. He completely missed it. He was unprepared. And oh, we have a chunk of moves. We have a chunk of moves. Okay. Rook e4, f6. So other tactics are going to follow. d5 is probably... I'm not sure. d5, queen f5. This is my analysis. It's not the game. Queen g4 pro... No, but fe. What's the point here? What? I don't get it. I don't understand what's going on. Not d5 maybe? No, but there must be something for... Ah, queen e2, okay. And if you take rook e5 and I get rook e7 next. Alright, alright, alright. What is the pawn up? Carlsen is thinking. I wonder what he's thinking about. Maybe queen e2 immediately also considers. And then if fe, rook e5, and you give up the d4 pawn. But d5 looks stronger. Come on. Make a move. Don't waste your clock. I need your clock time to remain high so I can go to eat immediately. Did you order Chinese food? No, actually I'm going to an Italian restaurant. Italian restaurant, paying half the price in advance. Yes, I'm gonna eat with a coupon. So now I have my Carlsen has to choose about the best way to convert this position. I have to choose between a pizza and a pasta. It's not gonna be an easy choice. I'm not sure which one of us is gonna have more trouble with his different problems. Different nature, but same difficulty. So pizza, good choice, thanks. Carlsen blunder, what? Someone is saying that Carlsen blundered. He played queen g4. Why is it a blunder? It's actually a move I saw after d5 queen f5, but it didn't make sense because fe, let me just mention here, if queen g4 you just go fe and the queen is protected. But why is this a blunder? Take knight takes is okay for white. Ah, f5 probably. You're giving queen h3. Rook f6. Oh, but I don't lose anything. I go with the rook. So why is it a blunder? g5 maybe. But then you can move the rook. Nothing going on. Maybe knight c6. Turning knight takes d4. You can go here. But you also have d5? No. This will be hanging. So rook a e1. Preventing knight d4, and now just Rook a e8 probably. Attacking the rook, preparing knight d4. You have to move somewhere like this. And then I can take and take on c4. I don't know, whatever. So f5, queen h3 on the board. I don't know why Carlsen did not go for the tactic that I mentioned, d5 and queen e2. Just defending everything and feeling happy with the pawn up. Rook f6 wasn't played, queen h3. So I'm thinking knight c6 is a very nice idea now. Preparing knight takes d4. And a lot of pieces are hanging, so it's difficult for white to do something. For example, d5 and just move the queen. Not sure where, but let's just for example say e8. Now this rook is hanging, knight e5 is coming next. I can also go to d6. Knight e5 is a big threat, so you have to come up with a good idea. So rook a1, as I mentioned, I can just play rook a8, rook h4. Yeah, but knight e5 de, I'm still a pawn up. Maybe not rook e8. Maybe I can just take here, but then de again. Maybe rook a d8, but then knight c6 with tempo. Rook f6, rook h4. No. Okay, this should be the line, but maybe now some f4, just cutting everything off. Threading knight takes d4, threading to exchange queens. It should be okay for black. So queen g4 might have been quite a large mistake. Just like streaming the 5th round instead of going to it. Come on. So hollow, baby. I'm so hollow. Knight c6 on the board. Kiev finds his chances. Carlsen needs to find a follow-up. Actually, so Carlsen is thinking, I'm predicting rook a1, now rook a8, rook h4, f4, and black shouldn't be suffering, but maybe I can go rook f4. It's hard to say. Rook f4 should be okay for white. Still very complex for me to understand, but rook a1 is definitely a very logical move because black is threatening queen d6 or whatever, or queen knight takes d4. So you have to protect this rook. By the way, if now queen d6, double attacking these two pieces, something I missed. Not so easy. Hungry. Hungry. Don't know. Now this looks okay for black. Attacking this, attacking this. Life is good. Maybe c5 now. Now I don't have a square. Queen d5, I go knight c6, knight e7. Okay, let's wait and see what they do in the game. After knight c6. Too hungry to come up with anything. Food! I'm hungry. You know that at some stage, when one of the basic needs is not being fulfilled, it's like the best thing that you can do is to just state it out loud without even trying, just without even noticing. Just saying I'm hungry or I'm thirsty or I'm tired or I'm cold, all these things. Whenever I'm outside and it's cold, the best thing that comes to my mind, even without noticing, is just say, I'm so cold right now. Doesn't help, doesn't do anything. But this is how my human mind works. The conclusion is to eat before spontaneously streaming. Spontaneously eating before spontaneously streaming. Remember, at least my phone is fixed. So, Carlsen is thinking until the end of time. Carlsen is thinking until the end of time. This sentence has two meanings. Exactly. Dijon, the Jefferman. It's hard to pronounce, but you got it. I'm hungry. I didn't have a meal for a few hours. These are the first world problems. I agree. I could probably survive for another 24 hours without dying, but it is inconvenient to focus on chess positions while being hungry and thinking about whether I should order pizza or pasta. So, hello, baby. Well, at least it's not the World Championship where they think for 10 minutes each move, or 30 minutes in the critical moment. Oh, I forgot to the music just finished. I didn't forget to put it in there. Okay, let's put some of this music. See if it helps. Rook a8 on the board. I like the sound of a violin. Knight takes c6 now. Queen e4. Knight d8. Still a pawn up. I don't understand anything in this game. I don't know if it's because I'm hungry or because I'm stupid or they're hungry and stupid. It's just hard to say by now. Either way, this position, Rook a1 makes sense to me. Threatening knight takes c6. We play this instead. Not threatening anything. Just defend the queen, attack this rook. And then if he moves, take on a5. And life is gonna be good. Actually, maybe you can take on a5 immediately. Could have taken. I'm not sure. Anyway, rook a8 was played, which I think is weird because allows knight takes c6 that was played. Now rook e7, exactly. Queen takes c4, queen c3. What? I don't understand. Please, stop playing like this. What? Queen g3 forces rook f7. I don't understand anything. This might be a very strong move actually. I just have to take. And now rook f7. Excuse me. Probably now rook de1. Black is worse in this rook endgame, but I'm not sure how much. Anyway, interesting things taking place. I need to analyze this position. Okay, king is coming over here. Go rook c7. Probably I don't want to play this move. Oh, we have this exact position. Wow! Great stuff. I just made moves and suddenly it's on the board. Wow! I guessed everything, which is quite simple. Rook b1, rook d7, king f2, rook c7, rook b3, f4, king f3, g5. I'm not sure how to evaluate it. Received a new message. Okay, Carlsen is thinking. Okay, it's the last straw of today, so I'll give in my best. I'm very unenergetic, I admit, but I'm sure everyone will forgive me. Don't have a choice. And I'm trying. So now Carlsen is thinking. Okay, I just wanted to state before the next chunk of moves is that here he has to choose between king e4 and king g4. Apparently he chose king e4 to the center. Rook b6, d5, d6. He's going for the win. How can you stop the pawn even? I'm not sure. Rook c1 is probably the move. That was, I'm not sure if played it or not, but now. Okay, white has different options, but I like king f5. For example, rook d1. King e6. Threading mate somehow d7. This is what I call mate. Well, yeah, king e6, threading d7. Black will never be on time. If g4. Go d7, should be over. Okay, so here, I don't know why we don't see a move from inner Kiev, but another move that makes sense, by the way, is here. Okay, resigned, but or lost on time, but rook c1. I think a nice move would be rook b3. And my point being, oh come on, rook b3. The point being that if you go rook d1, I go rook d3. If you give a check, I'll go here with tempo to give mate. So you have to waste time going g4, whatever, and then I can go d7. I can even go rook d3 first and then d7. So it's really nice. So rook b3 I think is a nice subtle move to like prophylaxis against rook e1 check, and also preparing rook d3. Okay, so Carlsen won. I will not stick until the end of the round. Aronian beat Ivanchuk. Aronian is currently leading. Korobov is playing. Just look at his position. Wow, he might be winning with 5 out of 5. Okay, whether he's winning or not, I'll leave you guys to judge. But I really have to go now. I'm feeling very, very challenged digestically. So thanks a lot for watching so far. I hope you learned something from this video, or at least enjoyed to watch me watching this tournament. And if you want to learn some more, then keep watching the next videos.